Chapter 1320. Several days later. In a quiet room, Xia Ping sat cross-legged on the ground. His body turned into a whirlpool of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy around him surged into the depths of his purple palace and was quickly converted into spiritual energy. It wasn't just spiritual energy. As he breathed, a powerful baleful aura surged out from the depths of the space. This baleful aura was extremely terrifying. It contained the scent of blood, slaughter, madness, and many others. Just a trace of it was enough to drive an ordinary person crazy. It also specialized in breaking through one's earth energy. But under Xia Ping's devouring, this baleful aura was no different from ordinary spiritual energy. When it entered his body, it was instantly devoured by the flames and its essence was absorbed. Boom! Just at this moment, the purple palace shook. A whirlpool of spiritual energy quickly appeared. In the depths of the whirlpool, a mysterious array appeared. It seemed to contain a true dragon that roared at the sky. Very quickly, the array whirlpool turned into a picture of a true dragon. It left the purple palace and entered Xia Ping's throat, causing his body to change. Roar! Xia Ping opened his eyes and mouth, letting out a roar. This was like the roar of a true dragon. The terrifying sound wave was filled with destructive power. With a boom, the entire room was filled with this sound wave. In an instant, it was shaken to pieces. The originally tough outer wall now had spiderweb-like cracks. Large amounts of rubble rolled down. Even the floor had more than 10 cracks. It was as if the entire room was about to be destroyed. And this was because Xia Ping was controlling his spiritual energy so that the room would be affected. If he used his full power, the entire giant island would probably be razed to the ground. This was the Dragon Clan's mystique, 7 Malice Dragon Roar. As expected of the Dragon Clan's mystique. It's too powerful. Xia Ping clenched his fist. After several days of cultivation, he had finally succeeded in condensing this mystique of the Dragon Clan. To successfully cultivate this sound wave mystique of the Dragon Clan, one needed to absorb the baleful aura of heaven and earth and integrate it into one's body. It was basically impossible for an ordinary person to successfully cultivate it. After all, once the baleful aura entered one's body, it would immediately corrode and cause the body to collapse. Only those with a body as strong as the Dragon Clan had the qualifications to successfully cultivate this mystique and resist the corrosion of baleful aura. If anyone else wanted to cultivate it, they would be courting death. However, the power of this divine ability was directly proportional to the difficulty of cultivating it. After fusing the 7 baleful chi and combining it with the true dragon's roar, the destructive power produced was incomparable. If he were to use his full strength, his roar would probably affect everything within 10,000 li. With his body as the center, everything within a range of 1,000 li would become a life-forbidden zone, corroded by baleful energy. Within 1,000 years, all ordinary creatures would die if they entered, as if they were exposed to nuclear radiation. I still don't have enough baleful aura. If I can find a large amount of pure baleful aura to devour and assimilate it into my body, I will definitely be able to raise the power of this mystique to an unimaginable level. Xia Ping's eyes shone brightly. He could sense that he had only succeeded in cultivating this Dragon Clan's sacred art. This sacred art still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. Plus, after successfully cultivating this technique, his chi increased quite a bit. He was heading towards the intermediate stage of the treasure crafting realm, and he was training his martial arts foundation. However, the heavenly world's law of heaven and earth is truly powerful. As expected, I can't unleash the power above the divine realm. Xia Ping wanted to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, but he found that the law of heaven and earth in this place was too strong. It was as if the power in his body had been sealed by an almighty being, and he could not unleash the power of the treasure crafting realm. This feeling was a bit uncomfortable. It was like an ordinary person's feet were shackled and could not unleash their own power. However, cultivating in this kind of environment was not necessarily a bad thing. He could feel some of his own shortcomings. Let's go out. It seems like I haven't left the quiet room for a long time. Xia Ping stood up and loosened his bones. Pa, 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 Like the thunder of a tiger, he walked out of the quiet room and enjoyed the sunlight outside. As soon as he walked out of the quiet room, he discovered that Chu Rong, Jiang Yaru, Yu Qiqi, and Su Ji, the 4 women, were also waiting outside the living room. They were all happily eating their food. On the dining table, there was a dazzling array of food that exuded a pleasant aroma. These few days, they had been stuffing themselves with food, as if to make up for the food they had not eaten for a year. Eating so much, aren't you afraid of getting fat? Xia Ping sat down on the side, not bothering to be polite. Are you asking for a spanking? Chu Rong gave him a sidelong glance, her beautiful eyes revealing a trace of killing intent. He actually dared to say such unromantic words to a virtuous lady who was enjoying her food. If he wasn't asking for a spanking, then what was? She wanted to hammer him. This princess has a physique that won't get fat no matter how much I eat. It's commonly known as natural beauty. Yu Qiqi picked up a piece of cream cake and started munching on it, looking at Xia Ping with a provocative expression. I can't tell that you're a natural beauty, but I can tell that you're thick-skinned. Xia Ping said with disdain. Yu Qiqi bared her teeth, wanting to throw the cake at him. Fat. Su Ji and Jiang Yaru both felt a bit guilty. They looked at their own figures, seemingly a bit concerned. He's not fat in other areas, but he's fat in a certain area. He's very fierce. Xia Ping rubbed his chin, looking up and down at Su Ji and Jiang Yaru's figures, feasting his eyes. Pay! Pervert! Su Ji and Jiang Yaru's charming faces turned red and immediately spat at Xia Ping. They knew what this pervert was talking about, especially his gaze, as if he couldn't wait to strip them naked. That's right, pervert. Yu Qiqi seemed to have remembered something. She blinked her big watery eyes at Xia Ping and said, Do you have any extra equipment on you? We want to enter the Universe Virtual Network to take a look. Hearing this, Jiang Yaru, Su Ji, and Chu Rong all nodded. They were very curious about the Universe Virtual Network. This kind of technology was beyond their imagination. Entering the Universe Virtual Network with one's consciousness was like descending with one's real body, and experiencing the virtual world was practically one of humanity's ultimate dreams. The current technology in the cloud realm was unable to achieve this. Of course, the most important thing was that if they could log into the Universe Virtual Network, they would be able to communicate with extraterrestrials and experience the customs of the various parts of the universe. But without equipment, they couldn't log in. They could only look at it enviously. No problem. I have a few more here. We can go in and take a look later. Xia Ping casually replied as he picked up a soup bun and ate it. He suddenly remembered that it was also time for him to take a trip back to the Universe Virtual Network. A year ago, he had borrowed money from those kids. Of course, to the current him, this amount of money was nothing. It was just a small amount. But he was a man of his word, so he definitely had to return the money. An hour later, Xia Ping ate and drank to his heart's content. He immediately took out the virtual equipment and threw it to Yu Qiqi and the others, then taught them how to use it. Chapter 1321. Universe Virtual Network, Far East City. After logging in, Xia Ping, Chu Rong, Yu Qiqi, Jiang Yaru, and Su Ji appeared in the virtual city's teleportation point. Is this the virtual network's Martial Dao space? It's so real. Yu Qiqi and the others gasped in amazement. They were like Granny Lu who had entered the Grandview Garden. They felt that this world was incomparably real, as though it was the real world. There were senses of taste, touch, smell, pain, and many more. Apart from not dying, this virtual world was no different from the real world. We can actually enter Far East City? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows because according to the patterns of the cities in the Martial Dao space, they were divided into Lower City, Intermediate City, and Upper City. Among them, the Lower City could only be entered by Purple Mansion Realm, Fulfillment Realm, and Divine Realm cultivators. The Intermediate City could only be entered by Treasure Refining Realm, True Fire Realm, and Golden Core Realm cultivators. The Upper City could only be entered by Origin Realm, Transcendence Realm, and Thunder Calamity Realm cultivators. Far East City was actually a lower city. It could only accommodate Purple Mansion Realm, Fulfillment Realm, and Divine Realm cultivators. Beyond this range, cultivators would automatically enter the intermediate city. But he had already advanced to treasure refining realm. According to the rules, he couldn't enter a lower city, but now he could. Is it because of the suppression of Cloud World's rules? Xiaoping guessed. He thought about it, and the reason was probably above Cloud World. Due to the suppression of the heaven and earth rules in the Cloud realm, his cultivation was suppressed to the pinnacle of the divine realm. It was as if his cultivation was sealed. Perhaps because of this, the universe virtual network recognized him as a divine realm cultivator, allowing him to enter Far East City. But even if he could enter Far East City, he still felt that his cultivation was sealed at the peak of divine realm. He couldn't use the strength above treasure refining realm. But even so, with his current strength, it was enough to be unrivaled in a lower city. But why do you want to change your appearance and name after entering the virtual space? And you want us to change our appearance and name as well? Jiang Yar looked at Xiaoping with a puzzled face. Originally, they wanted to enter the virtual space with their real name and appearance, but under Xiaoping's dissuasion, they still changed their name and appearance and appeared in this place with different appearances. The main reason is that the universe is too dangerous. The world is dangerous. If I expose my name and appearance, wouldn't it be easy for my enemies to hunt me down? You have to be careful when you do things. Don't casually expose your identity. As a senior, Xiaoping spoke eloquently about the dangers of the universe. We usually keep a low profile and never make enemies with others. How can there be so many people seeking revenge? Tell me the truth, did you do something infuriating in this place and make enemies everywhere? Yu Qiqi and the rest looked at Xiaoping suspiciously. They felt that Xiaoping was a restless scoundrel who would wreak havoc wherever he went, making enemies everywhere he went. They would find it strange if this guy stopped causing trouble one day. Of course not. I'm such a low-key person. How could I do something that would anger the heavens and people? You're wearing colored glasses. Xiaoping looked wronged, indicating that he was usually very low-key and would never cause trouble. Before he could finish his words, many people saw Xiaoping, and they all started to make a big fuss. Wu Wudi, you scoundrel, you still dare to come to Far East City? You've got guts. A middle-aged man jumped out and glared at Xiaoping. He seemed to be unable to control the anger in his heart and wanted to rush up and beat Xiaoping up. But before he could rush up, the Far East City guards saw this situation and immediately restrained him. They stabbed him in the abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground and scream in pain. Even so, he still roared as if he wanted to beat Xiaoping up. We don't welcome swindlers like you here. Scram immediately. Return the money immediately. You swindler, do you still have any shame? Do you still have any shame? Many people roared and told Xiaoping to scram. All of them were very agitated and filled with righteous indignation. But this was the city's safe zone, so they didn't dare to make a move and could only shout. Compared to the time when they were scammed, the people of Far East City seemed to be even angrier, as if they wanted to tear Xiaoping apart. Actually, there was a reason for this. Previously, in order to earn money, Xiaoping had written a book called 36 Stratagems of Deception. In the end, this book sold well in the 4 major star fields and became a household name. As Far East City was the place where Xiaoping became famous, the things that happened here were also dug up by countless people and reported by a large number of reporters with exaggerated details. The result was as one could imagine. The people of Far East City were ridiculed by many, thinking that they were idiots with no brains. They were worried that the people of Far East City would be scammed even when they went out to buy a bottle of soy sauce. Many people looked at the people of Far East City as if they were looking at a retard, which made them even angrier. He hated Xiaoping, the instigator of all this, to the bone. He wanted nothing more than to beat this guy up and skin him alive. And you still say that you didn't cause any trouble? Why are there so many people who want to kill you? Yu Qiqi was speechless. This was truly a raging crowd. There was no lack of experts at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm. Being stared at by so many enemies, she felt as if her life was frozen in water. Although she knew that Xiaoping was a person who liked to cause trouble, she did not think that it would be so big and that he would have so many enemies. If she had known earlier, She would never have gotten together with this bastard. Now, she was simply inviting an undeserved disaster. No, these are all fans, people who worship me. It's just that their emotions are a little agitated. Xia Ping said arrogantly, refusing to admit it. Not just a little agitated, but there are also many people who want to chop you to death. If not for the city guard stopping you, you would have been chopped into pieces. Jiang Yaru's mouth twitched. Sigh, this is the love of fans. It's just that the expression is a little new, but I can understand how they feel when they see their idol. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back. Is that so? Why do I hear so many people telling you to scram and return money? Just what have you done? Chu Rong gritted her teeth. She felt that Xia Ping had become the public enemy of the entire city. The kind that everyone wanted to beat up. It was no wonder that this bastard did not dare to reveal his true face. Even his name was hidden. If his true identity was exposed, there might be aliens coming to kill him from several starfields away. Those people are all anti-fans. They like to slander others, frame others, and stir up trouble. Just ignore them. As a celebrity, it's embarrassing to go out and meet others without anti-fans. I'm used to it. Xia Ping sighed. As a celebrity, he was surrounded the moment he went out. The pressure was a little big, but he could still bear it. I feel that your skin is thicker than the city walls. Chapter 1322. Although the people of Far East City were clamoring, they knew that they couldn't do anything to Xia Ping in the Far East City's safe zone, so they only clamored at the side, not daring to make a move. But even so, they were still eyeing Xia Ping covetously, seemingly looking for an opportunity to make a move. Chu Rong, Su Ji, Yuchichi, and Jiang Yaru quickly found out what Xia Ping had done in Far East City that caused the wrath of the heavens and the people. They even publicized this matter, causing many people to point fingers at them. One could imagine the hatred these people had for Xia Ping. They even had the heart to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. Boom! At this moment, the entire Far East City suddenly stirred, even more chaotic than when Xia Ping appeared. Let's go, a Saint Tier forging technique has appeared outside. The holder has already been discovered. Immediately go and snatch it, or else there won't be a chance. Someone roared with an excited expression. Hearing this, the people of Far East City were all excited. Even those who were watching Xia Ping and wanted to secretly make a move were alarmed and quickly left Far East City. What happened? Xia Ping's eyes flashed. He sensed that something big had happened in Far East City. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such an uproar in the entire Far East City. He used the power of his divine sense to silently infiltrate the surrounding crowd, trying to find out the news. Sure enough, this group of people were discussing this matter. So that's how it is. Xia Ping revealed a look of understanding. Through these people's simple descriptions, he finally knew what had happened. It turned out that someone was fighting monsters in the wild, and after killing a divine ability level beast, it unexpectedly dropped a Saint Tier forging technique called the Distant Fire forging technique. This was a secret technique that described how to forge magic treasures. It was said that it was left behind by the ancient saint, the Distant Fire ancestor. This secret technique had always been in the virtual world, and no one had ever found it. Compared to ordinary Saint Tier cultivation techniques, Saint Tier forging techniques were even more precious. Even Saint Tier sects had very few of them. After all, with this kind of forging technique, one could forge a steady stream of powerful magic treasures. Even Saint Tier weapons could be forged. Once one mastered this forging technique, one could immediately become a master blacksmith. At that time, even Saint Tier sects would fight over you and let you become the sect's VIP. No matter what, top-notch blacksmiths were as rare as pandas. One could imagine how crazy the people of Far East City became after hearing this news. Every single one of them wanted to seize it and take it for themselves. This was a chance for them to reach the heavens in a single step, a chance to leap over the Dragon Gate. Not only the people from the Far East City, but the people from hundreds of nearby cities also heard the news. They all rushed here, hoping to snatch the secret skill. I didn't expect this news to be leaked. Xia Ping touched his chin. Normally, Anyone who obtained such a precious secret technique from killing monsters would keep it a secret and not leak it out. The problem was that the secret technique was a spiritual inheritance unique to Patriarch Li Hua. Only one person could receive it. It was not hard to imagine that everyone in that team wanted to monopolize this secret technique. No one was willing to back down. In the end, the group of people killed each other, and in the end, one person obtained the distant fire forging technique. Who would have thought that those who had been defeated would not give up and immediately leak the news? As a result, countless cultivators found out about this and set off from the city to snatch the distant fire forging technique. Strange, if he obtained this secret skill, why didn't he go offline immediately? Jiang Yaru asked curiously. She felt that this was the virtual world, and she would not die anyway. If she immediately went offline, she could still keep the secret skill. He can't go offline in the wild unless he commits suicide or is killed. Xia Ping shook his head. Once he goes offline, everything on him will be revealed, including this secret skill. Moreover, it's not realistic for him to learn it immediately. After all, this is the inheritance of Patriarch Li Hua. It takes several days to accept the inheritance. If he is disturbed during this time, all his previous efforts will be wasted, and his spirit will be damaged. So, under the siege of so many people, he probably won't dare to go into seclusion to accept the inheritance. It was also because of this reason that the person who obtained the distant fire forging technique was being chased by countless people. He was hiding in the mountains and did not dare to show his face until now. If he dared to show his face, he would definitely be blasted into ashes. I see. Jiang Yaru and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. Distant fire forging technique? That's a pretty good secret skill. Xia Ping rubbed his chin. After advancing to the artifact refining realm, he could already try to forge artifacts. So, he still lacked a method to forge artifacts. This distant fire forging technique seemed to be very suitable for him. Although he had many powerful artifacts on him, after reaching the artifact refining realm, the most important thing was to forge his own natal artifact. This was the most powerful artifact. If he could successfully forge it, the natal artifact would continuously evolve along with his cultivation. In the end, it could even evolve into a saint artifact. Because it was connected to his heart and soul, he could continuously forge it. Therefore, a natal artifact was more suitable for him than any other artifact. It was also more powerful. Basically, all saints or almighty beings would have their own natal artifact. Looks like I'll have to go out into the wild and find that distant fire forging technique. Xia Ping made up his mind. He also wanted to get a share of the loot. There was no reason for him to give up the treasure in front of him. Moreover, with his current strength, there were not many people who could defeat him in a low-level city. Beep beep, at this moment, his communication device rang. Xia Ping subconsciously picked it up and immediately heard a naughty voice. Native Big Brother. Where are you now? We're here to play with you. He opened the virtual projection, and a little lowly appeared in front of him. Behind the little lowly was a large group of brats. She was like the king of children. Xia Ping immediately recognized them. Wasn't this group of brats the ones he met in the novice village? It just so happened that he was planning to return all the money to this group of children. I'm currently in Far East City. He replied. Great. We can already leave the novice village. We'll go find you now. The little lowly Yijia said excitedly. The other children's eyes were also shining. Then, she quickly hung up the phone with a snap. What? The corner of Xia Ping's mouth twitched. Left the novice village? Didn't that mean that they had already advanced to the Purple Mansion realm? Although he already knew that this group of brats wasn't simple, their advancement speed was too fast. Moreover, they were only 7 or 8 years old. Some were only 5 or 6 years old. They were simply monsters. If their situation was in the cloud realm, it was unknown how many people would be scared to death. Chapter 1323. Far East City. A group of brats ran out from the teleportation circle. Wow, is this a big city? The world where the adults live is so amazing. There are so many adults. It's better to leave that boring novice village. This place seems fun. But Mom doesn't allow us to play here. If we get found out, our butts will definitely bloom. Don't worry, we definitely won't get found out. We'll sneak in. Look, Big Bro Native is over there. Yeah, let's go. The group of brats shouted excitedly towards Far East City. It was as if they were seeing a panda for the first time. They quickly discovered Xia Ping nearby and ran over. Xia Ping, you bastard. Seeing this, Yu Chi shouted, it's only been a year and you've already gotten so many illegitimate children. Tell me, just how many extraterrestrial girls have you harmed in this year? What illegitimate children? Can they grow so big in a year? Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you're fierce. Xia Ping said in a bad mood and knocked her on the head. Who knows what the aliens are made of? Who knows, they might grow like balloons in a year. What's so strange about that? Yu Chi said disdainfully. She wasn't lying. Among the many oceanids, there were some special fish demons that grew extremely fast. They could reach maturity in a year and completely mature. In the boundless universe, there were many more races than the oceanids. It wasn't strange for such a race to appear. Jiang Yar, Su Ji, and Chu Rong also looked at Xia Ping suspiciously. This scoundrel was famous for his philandering. Even if these children weren't his children, they could still be the younger siblings of those extraterrestrial girls he had flirted with. Big Bro Native, who are these big sisters? The little lowly Yijiajia looked at Yu Chi and the others with a puzzled expression. This was the first time she saw them. They're all my concubines. I brought them out to see the world. Xia Ping said carelessly. Concubines? Jiang Yar, Chu Rong, Yu Chi, and Su Ji all gritted their teeth. Their beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. They simply wanted to roast this guy and eat him, and add some cumin. Hello, sister-in-law. The group of wimpy kids greeted him politely. In an instant, Jiang Yaru and the other three's faces turned as red as tomatoes. Not bad. Xia Ping was very satisfied. This child was worth teaching. In the distance, a group of people from Far East City gnashed their teeth in anger. Damn it, this damned swindler even brought women when he came out. Moreover, he brought 4 of them along with him. This is too much. One of them clenched his teeth. He was extremely jealous and wanted nothing more than to replace him. He's rich now, with a net worth of billions. What's the big deal about bringing 4 people? Even 400 is nothing. If I had money, I would definitely indulge in sensual pleasures every night, leading a befuddled life. Some people spoke with jealousy, envy, and hatred. 400? 4 of them will squeeze him dry in a single night. There have always been cows that die from plowing, not fields that are spoiled. Sooner or later, this guy will die on the bellies of these women. Some people cursed fiercely, hoping that Xia Ping would lose his masculinity as soon as possible, so that he wouldn't even be able to take off his clothes when he saw a beauty. Only then would they feel better. Bullshit, his net worth of billions is all because of swindling people. Without our hard-earned money, he wouldn't be as carefree as he is today. Just thinking about it makes me sullen. This guy takes our hard-earned money to eat and drink all day long. He lives in a luxurious mansion and takes care of young MO and female celebrities. He takes all the benefits. God is blind. Yeah, why doesn't God send down a bolt of lightning to strike him to death? Everyone was incomparably sullen. The more comfortable Xia Ping was, the more unhappy they were, because this bastard's happiness was built on top of their pain. Alright, will this kid also choose to leave the city to fight for the distant fire forging technique? Suddenly, someone raised such a thought. How would he dare to go out? Doesn't he know how many people in Far East City want to kill him? That's right, he only dares to hide in Far East City. It's impossible for him to go out. Once he goes out, this kid will immediately be chopped into pieces by the angry crowd. Even if he won't die in the virtual world, it'll be enough to make him suffer. I want to see how he looks when he leaves Far East City. There will be a good show then. Many people sneered. They were looking forward to Xia Ping leaving Far East City. Without the safety zone's restriction, this kid wouldn't even know how he died. Oh right, don't call me a native. I have a name, Wu Wudi. On the other hand, Xia Ping educated the group of children. Got it, Big Brother Wu. The group of children patted their chests and were very obedient. Big Brother Wu. The little lowly Yijia immediately said, "When are you going to take us to fight the mountain bandits? We have been waiting for a long time." She looked at Xia Ping with big watery eyes. The other children were also excited. They worked so hard to advance to the Purple Mansion realm because they wanted to follow Xia Ping to fight the bad guys. Previously, when they worked together with Xia Ping to eliminate the group of mountain bandits, it made them reminisce for a long time. "What mountain bandits? Don't you guys need to go to class?" Xia Ping said casually. "Our school has already started its summer vacation, so we have a lot of time." Yi Jiajia said proudly. Xia Ping rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. "That's fine. Today, I want to leave Far East City to catch a bad guy. You guys can come with me." He originally wanted to snatch the distant fire forging technique by himself, but it wasn't a big problem to bring these children along. Moreover, these children were all rich and powerful. If he could snatch the distant fire forging technique, he might be able to use their identity to stop other people with ulterior motives. Catch a bad guy? Hearing this, the eyes of the group of children lit up. They knew it would be interesting the moment they heard it. "That's great." Yi Jiajia and the other children were excited. They couldn't wait to set off. "All right then, let's go." Xia Ping snapped his fingers and walked towards the city gate of Far East City. The group of children followed behind him excitedly. Jiang Yaru and the others looked at each other helplessly. They felt as though they had entered kindergarten and had to take care of a group of little brats. But they weren't particularly worried about this mission. They had seen Xia Ping's strength before. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he could always turn misfortune into fortune. Not long after, they left Far East City. "Oh my God, that Wu Wudi actually left. He's courting death. He's courting death. Even the heavens want to destroy him. This is the will of the heavens. How long have we waited? Finally, this brat has the chance to court death. The heavens aren't being kind to me." Immediately inform the other brothers to join forces and surround the great swindler Wu Wudi. Chapter 1324. At this moment, the news of Xia Ping leaving Far East City and heading to the wilderness shook Far East City. Countless people knew about it, especially some dark organizations, and they were eager to make a move. For example, the Black Tiger Gang was the largest gang in Far East City. At the same time, it was also a dark organization in the real world. They killed people like flies and made people tremble with fear. "Boss, that swindler Wu Wudi finally left the city. After waiting for him for so long, we finally have this opportunity. I heard that he published a book that sold more than 100 million. Now he has at least 7 billion universe dollars. Damn, how can this son of a bitch earn so much? Our Black Tiger Gang works hard and hangs our heads on our waist every day, but we don't earn that much. He just wrote something and he earns so much. It's too much. Isn't this better? Wouldn't a rich person like him, who had no strength, be the biggest fat sheep? If we capture this guy and blackmail him, we might be able to earn a few billion." Many members of the Black Tiger Gang revealed ferocious and greedy looks. They all wanted to capture Xia Ping immediately and blackmail him to plunder his money. Because the wealth of a few billion universe dollars was too shocking. Usually, only big clans could take out so much money, and those people were all top experts. Wu Wudi seemed to be only at the Purple Mansion realm. If such a person wasn't a fat sheep, then who was? Although Wu Wudi was famous, he was still a swindler. Swindlers would only make people angry, but they wouldn't be respected. But this is the virtual world. Even if we can capture him, if he commits suicide, he can immediately return to the real world. At that time, I'm afraid he will hide and not appear. How can we blackmail him? Some members felt that this matter was not reliable. If it was in the real world, they could threaten Wu Wudi's life, but in the virtual world, he wouldn't die. How could they threaten him? The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Lu Hu, sneered. "Don't worry, I already thought of this. Look at what this is." He took out a silver-white needle from his body, which emitted a terrifying cold air. The surrounding people couldn't help but shiver when they saw it. This was a bone-chilling cold. Everyone took a few steps away from Lu Hu, afraid of being frozen by this cold air. My God, isn't this the Ice Soul Silver Needle? Leader, how did you get such a precious thing? What? It's actually the legendary Soul Freezing Silver Needle. It said that it's a one-time use secret treasure with great power that can harm the souls of living beings. It's extremely terrifying. Once you're hit, your soul will be frozen and you'll die. Many of the sect members were filled with wariness, and fear appeared in their eyes. Maybe you guys know that the Universe Virtual Network is a space between the virtual and the real. That's why it's so real. To a certain extent, it's the real space. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Lu Hu, said, and when we enter this virtual space, it is also with our souls. Therefore, every time we die here, our souls will be severely injured, and it will take at least a few months to recover. Therefore, this also means that if there is a secret technique or magical equipment that attacks the soul, even in the virtual world, it can heavily injure the opponent's soul, or even kill them. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Many of the gang members sucked in a breath of cold air. They had originally thought that the Universe Virtual Network was completely safe, but hearing Lu Hu's words, it seemed like it wasn't. There were still many ways to kill people in the Universe Virtual Network. Leader, this soul-freezing silver needle doesn't seem to be a virtual magical equipment, but a real magical equipment. How did it get in? A gang member asked curiously. He didn't understand. Stupid. Lu Hu sneered. Didn't you guys hear what I said just now? This virtual space is actually a unique illusory universe space. As long as you pay a certain price, even if it's a real magical equipment, you can come in and even take it out. What? Everyone was shocked. They didn't think that there would be such a thing. They originally thought that the magical equipment here were virtual magical equipment and couldn't be taken out at all. But hearing Lu Hu say this, the magical equipment here could actually be taken out of the real world. This was too unbelievable. Everyone in intermediate cities knows about this, so it's not a big secret. However, not many people in intermediate cities know about this because they aren't qualified. I only found out about this matter because I know a few seniors, Shi Feng said with a smile. Lu Hu said, of course, not all magic treasures can be taken out of the martial Dao space. Only some special and powerful magic treasures have the qualifications to do so. There aren't many of such magic treasures, but each one is extremely precious. In short, there are too many mysteries in the Universe Virtual Network. Even a sage can't exhaust it. This is why countless cultivators in the universe are eager to enter the virtual network. And this time, in order to bring the soul-freezing silver needle in, I paid a huge price. I originally wanted to use it to kill my enemy, but now in order to deal with Wu Wudi, it's not a bad idea to take it out in advance to deter the other party. His eyes flickered. Although the soul-freezing silver needle was very precious and he paid a huge price to bring it into the martial arts space, it was still worth it compared to billions of universe dollars. That's great, leader. With the soul-freezing silver needle in hand, that kid has to give in. That's right. As long as that kid doesn't want to die, he has to obediently hand over his treasures. We're rich. We're rich this time. To think that this swindler would have such a day. Let's let him have a good taste of what is called power. Any tricks and conspiracies are just a joke in the face of absolute power. Hee, how can a swindler beat a robber? He's dead for sure. Many of the Black Tiger Gang members sneered. They seemed to see Wu Wudi being captured by them, and then panicking and dying. Let's go and capture Wu Wudi. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Lu Hu, gave the order. Yes, leader. A group of gang members shouted excitedly. But in addition to the Black Tiger Gang, there were also many gangs in Far East City, even in other low-level cities, and disciples of large clans who planned to capture Wu Wudi. Because Wu Wudi's wealth was too shocking, worth billions of universe dollars. Ordinary small clans couldn't afford so much money, which was an astronomical figure. If Wu Wudi was an almighty, then naturally no one would dare to have any ideas. But he was just a Purple Mansion realm cultivator, and he had so much money. It was like a child holding gold and swaggering through the streets, and anyone would covet it. Chapter 1325. At this moment, Xia Ping led a group of people and left Far East City, heading towards the wilderness. But not long after they left Far East City, they were immediately blocked by a group of fiendish-looking people. This group of people were members of various underground organizations in Far East City. They had received orders from their gang to stop Xia Ping. If they had the chance, they could even capture Xia Ping, knock him out, and take him away. Yu Qiqi, Chu Rong, Su Ji, and Jiang Yaro all clenched their teeth. They already knew that following Xia Ping would not be a good thing, but they were targeted the moment they walked out. The other party's ferocious appearance did not look like they were treating them to a meal. What do you guys want? Don't do anything rash. My status is extremely high, and if you guys dare to make a move, be careful that your boss will kill you. I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back, looking like he had a powerful background. He gave off the aura of a powerful person and loudly berated them. The group of people looked at Xia Ping with disdain. Some even rolled their eyes. They had long heard that this guy was a damn liar, proficient in all sorts of things. Now that they saw it, it was indeed true. Facing their encirclement, this guy was actually not afraid and even boasted that he had a powerful background. If it was a normal person, they might really be scared by this guy. Most importantly, they were called over by their boss to block this kid's path. Defend my ass. You better obediently stay here and wait for my boss to come. If you dare to act rashly, you'll suffer later. You're just a liar, and you still want to brag, saying that you have a powerful background. Aren't you afraid of blowing your own trumpet? Obediently stay here, or else you'll wish you were dead. Do you understand? Don't force me to be rough, you won't be able to stand it. The group of people stared at Xia Ping with murderous intent. They subconsciously surrounded him. Don't move, or else I'll go crazy. When I go crazy, even I'm afraid of myself. Xia Ping waved his hand, stopping the group of people from coming over and giving them a warning. He still looked like an otherworldly expert. Show off my ass. I want to see just how awesome you are. I really can't stand looking at you for even a second. I'll beat you up first. A few people couldn't stand it. They had great enmity with Xia Ping. Previously, Xia Ping had cheated him of hundreds of thousands of universe dollars to buy shoes. Now, he had made up for this loss. On the other hand, this swindler was doing very well and had become a famous writer, earning billions of universe dollars. Looking at them now, they had even brought along a few concubines to go on an outing. Their lives were so comfortable, how could they stand such a thing? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 5 or 6 people made their moves. Naturally, they split up and surrounded him. Xia Ping didn't even look at it. He suddenly punched out. This punch surged with all the mana in his body, causing the air to tremble thousands of times. The force of the punch quickly spread out like a tide, spreading in all directions. The terrifying pressure formed by this punch seemed to have turned the area into a vacuum. These 5 or 6 people let out a shrill scream. They felt that the fist force of this punch was extremely terrifying. It contained the power of a vortex that penetrated into their lungs. Even if they were wearing defensive artifacts, it was useless. In the next second, their bodies couldn't withstand this force and immediately exploded. They turned into a cloud of blood mist in midair and disappeared from the virtual world just like that. What? The surrounding people were shocked and subconsciously took a few steps back. Expert, this was definitely an incredible expert. He could kill 6 people working together with a single punch. These 6 people weren't weak either. They were at least fulfillment realm cultivators, and one of them was even at the divine ability realm. No matter how they looked at it, Wu Wudi should have been defeated. Who would have thought that it was these 6 people who were killed with a single punch? They couldn't even struggle. How is this possible? Didn't they say that this kid is only at the Purple Mansion realm? This kind of strength is at least at the divine ability realm. Could it be that this kid has made great progress in this year? Even if it is an improvement, it's too exaggerated. Advancing from the Purple Mansion realm to the divine ability realm in a year? Is this a joke? Even a disciple of a saint-class sect can't do such a thing. Nothing is impossible. Who doesn't know that this kid has earned billions of cosmic dollars? Isn't it easy to use this money to buy some precious elixirs and spirit herbs to improve his cultivation? What kind of medicine did he take to improve to such a level? Everyone was envious and jealous. Originally, this guy's cultivation was mediocre and not worth mentioning. He was just like cannon fodder. But now, because he earned so much money and went around taking elixirs, he actually advanced to the divine ability realm in a year. This kind of improvement speed was simply unbelievable. But because of this, their desire for Xia Ping's wealth increased. If they also had this much money, they would have a high chance of advancing to the Thunder Tribulation realm. If they were lucky, they might even have a chance of becoming a saint. But before they could continue dreaming, Xia Ping rushed forward. Once he made his move, it was unstoppable and thunderous. Oh no! This group of people's expressions changed drastically as they felt an unprecedented pressure. Countless fist prints appeared in midair, each containing the ultimate power of the divine ability and extremely destructive power. Dong! 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 Immediately, dozens of people could not withstand it and were directly blown up by the fist, shattering in midair. Even the ground could not withstand such a huge force. Immediately, holes were blasted out, soil splattered everywhere, cracks spread, and stone mountains in the distance collapsed from the force. Oh no, run! This guy is troublesome. Quickly ask for help and call the boss over. The target's strength is extraordinary. We've been tricked this time. This kid is pretending to be weak. Everyone shouted in horror. Now they finally realized why Wu Wudi dared to walk out of Far East City and was not afraid of their revenge. There was no other reason than his strength. The other party was tyrannical and did not fear their powerful strength at all. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted in a low-grade city. Rumble! Xia Ping attacked like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In just a few breaths, the group of people who tried to block his way were all wiped out, leaving not a single one alive. Moreover, his breathing was not chaotic, and his magic power was not consumed much. It was as if he was doing a warm-up exercise. At this time, there was also a pile of treasures on the ground, which were all dropped after these people died. This was also the horror of the wilderness. Once they died, all the treasures on them would be dropped, leaving nothing behind. Therefore, every time they went out into the wilderness, everyone was very careful. After careful calculation, if these treasures were sold, Xia Ping could get at least 10 million universe credits. Brother Wu is so powerful. A group of little kids looked at Xia Ping in admiration. They felt that with Xia Ping's protection, they could do whatever they wanted here. Let's go. Chapter 1326. Along the way, Xia Ping also encountered a few waves of enemies, but they were all easily eliminated by him, completely shocking the group of people who wanted to cause trouble for him. Damn it, is this kid a monster? How can he be so powerful? What kind of drugs did he take? He's clearly only at the divine realm. How can he be so powerful? Those saints and saintesses of the saint-class sects are just SOSO. He dares to call himself Wudi? Does he really have invincible strength? Bullshit, even saints don't dare to call themselves Wudi. How can this liar be qualified? Even if he's not invincible, his strength is not something we can provoke. No wonder this kid dares to run amok and dare to leave Far East City. He has some skills. Who cares how many skills he has? Two fists can't fight four hands. When our boss arrives, a bunch of people can surround him. Many people gritted their teeth. During the process of the chase, they suffered heavy losses. Most of the ambushers were killed, and they couldn't log into the virtual network for a few months. Even the treasures on them had been plundered by Xia Ping. They had suffered a double loss. Thinking of this, their hatred for Xia Ping deepened by another level. Even so, with several shocking achievements, those people realized that Xia Ping was troublesome. If they didn't have the strength to provoke Xia Ping, it would be purely courting death. It was a meaningless suicide. Therefore, they quickly retreated and didn't continue to ambush Xia Ping. Along the way, it became incomparably quiet. Not many people dared to cause trouble for Xia Ping. However, there were also many people secretly watching the whereabouts of Xia Ping and the others. They were like tigers eyeing their prey, like poisonous snakes, waiting for the large group to gather and then kill Xia Ping in one fell swoop. Is the person who obtained the fiery forging art in this area? Xia Ping followed the large group and came to a mountain range. There were mountains everywhere, one after another. The vast area was like a huge mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. According to the information he received along the way, the person who obtained the fiery forging art was surrounded by a large number of people in this mountain range. That person was surrounded to the point where there was no way out. He basically couldn't escape from this encirclement. But even so, this mountain range was vast. Entering it was like a drop of water entering the ocean. Trying to find a person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Because of this, it had been 20 days since the news of the distant fire forging art appeared, but nobody had been able to track him down. There are so many people. Jiang Yaru sighed. As far as the eye could see, there were people searching everywhere. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them, and who knew how many more people had entered the depths of the mountain range. How are we going to find him in such a big place? Yu Qiqi felt that Xia Ping did not have much of an advantage. The enemy had formed a large group, and their numbers exceeded 10,000. They had even conducted a carpet search, but they still could not find that person. Just the few people around Xia Ping wanted to find the other party? Wasn't this nonsense? She felt that they would definitely return empty-handed. That's a piece of cake. Xia Ping wasn't worried about this at all. It was naturally extremely difficult for ordinary people to find a person who was proficient in the art of concealment, but he had the system. No matter how deep the enemy hid, he could easily find them. System, help me find the person who obtained the distant fire forging art. Xia Ping immediately asked. The system replied, easy, you need to spend 5 million hatred points. Exchange. Xia Ping did not hesitate. As long as he could find the person who obtained the distant fire forging art, he could obtain the Saint Grade forging art. A mere 5 million hatred points was nothing. Boom, in the next second, a stream of information immediately poured into Xia Ping's mind. Is this the place? It doesn't seem to be very far from me, and the other party seems to be very bold. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. A young man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks appeared in his mind. What surprised him was that the other party actually dared to openly search the crowd, and did not hide in the depths of the mountains at all. But it was precisely because of his bold behavior that no one suspected that he was the person who obtained the distant fire forging art, making him extremely safe. If he didn't meet me, he might have really slipped away. If he met me, then he's out of luck. Xia Ping touched his chin. He already knew where the other party was. Thinking of this, he said to Jiang Yaru and the others, you guys wait for me in a secret place nearby. I'll go and catch that kid right now. It'll be quick. What? Jiang Yaru, Yu Qiqi, Su Ji, and Chu Rong were all dumbfounded. What did he mean by wait for him in a secret place? He'll be able to catch the person who obtained the distant fire forging art very soon. What a joke. If it was that easy to catch the other party, there wouldn't be so many people coming out in full force to carry out a carpet search. Now that this guy said such words, it was as easy as catching the kid to eat and drink. But before they could say anything, Xia Ping had already left in a flash. At this moment, in another place, a large group of people were searching for traces of the distant fire forging art. They were all rogue cultivators from all over the world. After hearing the news, they gathered together in twos and threes. They hoped to try their luck. If they could obtain the distant fire forging art, then they would be rich. Damn it, where is that guy hiding? Why can't I find him anywhere? He's really good at hiding. It's already been 20 days, but not even a shadow has been seen. Someone gnashed his teeth. Don't tell me that guy has already left this mountain range and returned to the safe zone? Someone suspected that the other party had already returned to the safe zone and was just doing useless things. It's impossible. Someone shook his head. All the major powers have already sealed off the cities. Everyone who enters and exits the safe zone is guarded. If that kid dares to return to the safe zone, he'll definitely be discovered. He definitely won't be able to escape. This is really taking drastic measures. They've already guarded the entrance to the safe zone. Where else can that kid escape to? It's simply impossible for him to escape. Many people sighed. This was the terror of the major powers. With a single order, they could mobilize resources that ordinary people couldn't imagine. But this kind of thing can't last long. If they don't find anything for a long time, those major powers won't continue to waste time sealing off the safe zone. After all, it costs too much manpower and resources. Even the major powers can't afford it. Someone said in a deep voice, "Once this limit is exceeded, I'm guessing many powers will give up." After all, for the major powers, the saint-grade forging art is certainly precious, but there's no reason for them to continue wasting time. The benefits aren't proportional to the effort. So, we must find that kid as soon as possible and end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he'll really escape. He wore a serious expression. Of course. The group of people nodded their heads. A bunch of fools. You think you can catch me? What a joke. Among the crowd, an inconspicuous young man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks sneered and looked at the group disdainfully. Chapter 1327. Ho-san used to be an ordinary rogue cultivator. However, his fate changed 20 days ago. While he was fighting a monster, the monster suddenly dropped a saint-tier skill book, the distant fire forging technique. As expected, the fragile rogue cultivator team immediately broke out in internal strife and killed each other. In the end, Ho-san won, and the others died. However, he did not expect his partners to be so crazy that they would not let him get anything even if they could not get it themselves. Therefore, the news spread quickly. The news spread so fast that he was surrounded by a group of people in the mountain before he returned to the safe zone, and he could not return to the safe zone. Fortunately, he was proficient in disguise and was good at changing his appearance. He used his presence as a passerby to sneak into a rogue cultivator team who was searching for the distant fire forging technique. Obviously, Ho-san's plan was very successful. He sneaked into the search team without being noticed, and the others did not know that he was among them. On the other hand, the group of people looked for remote places such as caves and valleys, so naturally, they returned empty-handed. Soon, we'll be able to leave soon. Ho-san suppressed his excitement. After spending 20 days together, he had become familiar with the members of the team. He even hinted for the team to slowly come to the periphery of the mountain. As long as he found an excuse to sneak out of the team later, he would be able to escape without being noticed and escape from the encirclement. He believed that nobody would suspect an ordinary person like him. Just you wait, Shaoli. When I completely master the distant fire forging technique, you'll regret rejecting my pursuit. At that moment, Ho-san thought about the goddess who rejected his pursuit, and he immediately gritted his teeth. He recalled the contemptuous look in the goddess's eyes when she rejected him, as if she was saying that he was a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Of course, he was indeed mediocre in the past, and he could even be considered a good-for-nothing because almost everyone could bully him. However, things would be different from now on. After obtaining the distant fire forging technique, he would definitely become an incredible blacksmith master in the future. He might even become a guest of many large sects and be respected by people. If you ignore me today, I'll make you unworthy of me tomorrow. Ho-san almost drooled at the thought of this. He imagined himself successfully cultivating the distant fire smithing art, becoming a respected smithing master, and reaching the pinnacle of his life. When the goddess, Shaoli, found out about this, she was filled with regret. She cried and shouted that she wanted to marry him. She even said that she had liked him for a long time. What she said before was just to test his sincerity. Now she had passed the test. As for such a shameless bitch, he naturally kicked her away. How could a man like him, who stood at the pinnacle of his life, care about such a woman? He still had a good life ahead of him. Forget it. After thinking about it carefully, he decided not to kick her for now. He would agree to her request for the time being. When he was tired of playing with this bitch, he would kick her away and let her taste the pain of being abandoned. Ho-san almost laughed out loud when he thought of this. Ho-san, what are you thinking? I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Is there something wrong with your ears? With a slap, a big man next to him slapped Ho-san's shoulder. The pain immediately woke him up from his fantasy. Damn it, this dog doesn't know what respect is. Ho-san was so angry that his face turned red. He felt pain all over his body from the slap, and his bones almost cracked. He knew that this guy was the leader of this team, and he used his strength to slap people everywhere. Previously, as a member of the team, he was ordered around and slapped everywhere like a ball. If he could, Ho-san simply wanted to slap the big man. He even wanted to scold him on the spot. Did this bastard know how great a figure he was? Ho-san secretly made up his mind that the first thing he would do when he became a forging master in the future was to get rid of this big man. However, now was the time to act cowardly. He immediately smiled obsequiously and said, "Boss, I'm sorry, I suddenly need to go to the bathroom. Can I go to the bathroom nearby?" "What? Go to the bathroom? Why didn't you go when you were resting just now? Lazy people really need to pee too much. Forget it, go ahead. Come back quickly. We'll set off later." The big man scolded. He was very dissatisfied with Ho-san's request. He felt that this guy did not respect him, the temporary leader, very much. "Fuck, I'm going to run later." Ho-san wanted to spit on him immediately, but when he thought that he was going to escape soon, he could not be bothered to argue with this stupid guy. Sure enough, because he looked too ordinary, the others did not know that Ho-san had secretly left. Some of them did not even know that Ho-san once existed. A few minutes later, Ho-san immediately left the team. Like a runaway horse, he quickly fled out of the mountain range. He did not stop along the way. Soon, he ran to the edge of the mountain range. He could even see the grassland in the distance. It was lush, full of vitality, thriving, and full of a fresh aura. Ho-san felt that he was getting closer and closer to freedom. He was so happy that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. This was what it meant to be a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. The feeling of freedom was really great. "Brother, please wait a moment." Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Who was it? Ho-san's hair stood on end. He was originally in a state of being chased, and he was tense. He was constantly paying attention to the wind and grass around him, afraid that he would be caught. However, what exactly was going on? Why could someone get close to him without making a sound? He could not sense the person's aura at all, and was it friend or foe? His neck was stiff, and he turned his head like a robot to see who stopped him. However, as soon as Ho-san turned his head, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets because a red brick was fiercely smashing toward his head. It whistled and whistled through the air. Don't. Before he knew what was going on, the brick hit his head hard. Then, his consciousness went dark as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. He did not even have the time to scream. He fainted and fell to the ground. The person who did it was none other than Xia Ping. He had tracked Ho-san all the way and finally found him. Without hesitation, he struck the fella and knocked him out with the brick. Smith. Xia Ping patted the dust on his hands and searched Ho-san's body for a while. He immediately found a jade slip. Found it. Is this the inheritance of the distant fire smithing art? Chapter 1328. After an unknown amount of time, Ho-san slowly woke up. It hurts. As soon as he woke up, he immediately felt an intense pain on his forehead. It felt as if someone had smashed his head open. There was a huge bump on his forehead, and blood was still flowing out. What's going on? What exactly happened? Ho-san's consciousness was still a little blurry. He could only vaguely remember that before he passed out, he seemed to have seen a brick smashing fiercely on his forehead. Wait, a brick. He woke up with a start and instinctively touched his trouser pocket. His heart instantly turned cold. Ignis forging art, where's my Ignis forging art? Did it get snatched by that bastard who smashed my brick? Ho-san screamed. His face turned green as if a toad had been stuffed into his mouth. After all, the Ignis forging art was his capital to make a comeback. It was what he relied on to reach the pinnacle of his life, but now it was gone. He had lost everything. It was like drawing water with a sieve. Wait, what's this? Ho-san quickly noticed that there was a rock beside him, and there were some words written on it. Ignis forging art. This item is fated with me, so I'm here to take it. Please forgive me. It was signed, Wu Wudi. Fuck your forgiveness. Ho-san was mad as he gritted his teeth. What did he mean by this item was fated with him? Could he snatch it away just because it was fated? According to this logic, all the treasures in the universe were fated with him. Did that mean he could snatch them away? It was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. It was clearly a robbery, but he made it sound so fresh and refined. That guy was simply too thick-skinned. God damn it, my mask, my dagger, and the talismans that I spent a lot of money on. Why are they all gone? Why are they all gone? Ho-san screamed. However, he soon realized that not only did he lose the Ignis forging art, but a few of his treasures, including his mask and other treasures, had also disappeared. He was now clean. Apart from his clothes, he had nothing else on him. Even some of his dry food had been taken away. It could be said that his wealth was even cleaner than his face. He was back to square one in a day. Wu Wudi, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. You even took my dry food. Do you still have any humanity? Was he shameless? Why didn't you just leave me a pair of underpants? Ho-san was furious. His heart was filled with hatred. He looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. He wanted nothing more than to cut Wu Wudi into pieces. This little thief had no conscience at all. He felt that encountering that bastard was simply like being baptized by locusts. Even the Taotai clan wasn't as greedy as him and didn't leave a single cent for him. Moreover, what made him even more furious was that this brat was boundlessly arrogant and looked down on others too much. He had clearly snatched away his things, yet he actually dared to leave his name behind. Just how much did he look down on him? Did he think that even if he left his name, he would not be able to take revenge on this bastard? Ho-san gritted his teeth. The hatred in his heart was indescribable, but if he met that bastard Wu Wudi, he would definitely fight him to the death. At this time, Xia Ping sprinted all the way and arrived at a valley. This was the place where he, Jiang Yaru, and the others had agreed to meet. But as soon as he entered the valley, he felt a somber atmosphere. At this moment, Jiang Yaru, the others, and a group of children were actually surrounded by a large number of fiendish villains. They were all wielding spears, broadswords, axes, and other weapons. Many of them had scars on their faces or were bald. One look and anyone could tell that these people were vicious and not good people. They were definitely the kind that killed people like flies. Because a large number of people had come to this mountain range to search for the distant fire forging technique, such a large number of people also came over to watch. They were curious about what was going on. The Black Tiger Gang is here on business. Unrelated people should leave immediately, or else we will kill without mercy. A bald man shouted angrily. His murderous aura was extremely domineering as he stared at the group of people around him. The Black Tiger Gang. The surrounding people were all shocked. Of course, they had heard of the Black Tiger Gang. It was a famous underground organization in Far East City. It was a leading organization with many subordinates. Even in the real world, this organization was a local tyrant that ruled over an entire planet. Although it was nothing to the real big shots, it was definitely a great power that could not be provoked by the lower class, not to mention the fact that the other party was an underworld figure that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If they provoked the other party, they were afraid that they would be in big trouble. Many people immediately retreated. They definitely could not get involved in this mess. However, there were also people who were very unhappy. After all, they dared to come here to search for the distant fire forging technique. They were people who were very confident in their own strength. There were many arrogant people who could not stand such arrogant words. Wait, isn't that the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Lu Hu? He's actually here too. Someone shouted. He recognized a 2-meter tall bald man in the crowd. The man's body emitted the aura of a ferocious tiger. He stood out from the crowd and was unforgettable. Anyone who saw this man would know that he was not someone to be trifled with. They had heard that Lu Hu was an expert at the peak of the transcendent realm. He was only a step away from the artifact refining realm. This kind of strength was definitely second to none in a low-level city. Seeing this situation, many people stopped talking. Since Lu Hu had appeared here, it meant that the Black Tiger Gang had sent out all their elites. There was no need for them to offend such a great power. Lu Hu stood in front and stared at Jiang Yaru and the others. He asked in a muffled voice, "Where's Wu Wudi? Where is he? Why isn't he with you?" He was very confused. According to the report from his subordinates, Wu Wudi had been with this group of people. He hurried over only to find that Wu Wudi had disappeared. He immediately felt very annoyed. If Wu Wudi disappeared and returned to Far East City, he was afraid that he would not find such a good opportunity next time. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Because he had mobilized so many people and paid a huge price to take out the Frost Soul Silver Needles. How could he accept this kind of thing? It's none of your business. Jiang Yaru and the others coldly snorted. They did not plan to say anything. That's right. Big Baldy, don't think that you can scare people just because you're tall. Yes, I can beat 10 of you. You'd better leave immediately. Otherwise, we'll be angry. When we're angry, even we're afraid of ourselves. A group of young boys and lolas shouted and grinded their little canine teeth, looking very ferocious. Suddenly, many of the Black Tiger Gang members roared with laughter. They were just a group of children, but they dared to threaten them, the members of the Black Tiger Gang who killed people like flies. Sure enough, the ignorant were fearless. Chapter 1329. You don't want to say it? Lu Hu sneered. You're quite loyal to that brat, but I hope you can still say those words later. After I capture you, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to wish you were dead. Killing intent surged from his body. For an underworld tyrant like him, it didn't matter if it was a woman, a child, or even his family. As long as they stood in his way, they would be killed without exception. This is the virtual network. Do you think you can threaten me with such words? As long as I want to, I can kill myself and leave at any time. Yu Qiqi said disdainfully. She felt that these people were threatening the wrong person. If this was the real world, they might be a little afraid. But this was the virtual world and no one would die. What was there to be afraid of? Kill yourself and leave? Do you think you have such a chance? It's impossible to kill you, but capturing you alive is easy. Lu Hu laughed cruelly. Once I catch you, I'll torture you until you wish you were dead. The feeling in the virtual network is the same in the real world. You'll feel the same pain. And you're women. This time, my brothers will let you experience the joy of being a woman. I hope you can bear it. His eyes were very fierce. Although the Frost Silver Needle could kill people in the virtual network, it could only kill one person. He wouldn't waste such a precious treasure. This was a trump card that would only be used at a critical moment. Although these women look ordinary, they'll be the same after the lights are turned off. I heard that they're all Wu Wudi's women. Wouldn't he be cuckolded if he fucked them? How satisfying. Wu Wudi lied to countless people, but he still ended up like this. This is retribution. Thank you, boss, for giving us the chance to reward us. Girls, I'll let you have a good time later. I guarantee it'll be a memorable experience. Many members of the Black Tiger Gang snickered as they sized up Jiang Yaru and the others. That was because Jiang Yaru and the others were no longer in their original appearances. They had become incomparably ordinary, without any breathtaking beauty. But to these ruthless gangsters, as long as they were women, they didn't care about their looks. These bastards. Jiang Yaru and the others' gazes turned cold, but they didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in their hearts. At most, they would just commit suicide and leave the virtual network. However, they still wanted to teach these rude people a lesson. Yi Jiajia and the others were also very angry. They felt that these people were all bad people. Go, capture them. Lu Hu didn't even look at them. He gave the order to capture these little fellows. There was no need for him to do anything. If the boss was required to do everything, then what was the point of having subordinates? Spus. Immediately, 20 to 30 people flew out from the crowd. They were all at least in the fulfillment realm, and there were 5 or 6 who were in the early stage of the divinity realm. Their attitude was very relaxed, as if they were on a field trip. They didn't put Jiang Yaru and the others in their eyes at all. Little girl, Come over here obediently. A group of Black Tiger Gang members spread out like wolves and tigers, wanting to capture Jiang Yaru and the others in an instant. Their palms contained tyrannical magical power. This was a unique chi sealing capture technique. If an enemy was caught, they would immediately be able to seal their meridians. They wouldn't be able to use their magical power at all. They would be like little chicks, unable to resist at all. But when they were 10 meters away from Jiang Yaru and the others, a terrifying gravity suddenly appeared in the air, crushing down on them like mountains. In the next second, they were like birds without wings. They fell from the sky and were pressed to the ground, unable to move. Even the air around them was distorted. A shocking human-shaped hole appeared on the ground. The Black Tiger Gang members' faces were twisted. They wanted to struggle with all their might, but they couldn't do anything. What? Such a turn of events had also stunned the surrounding people, especially Lu Hu and the other Black Tiger Gang members. They were also dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. Big Brother Wu! Yi Jiajia and the others shouted excitedly. They noticed a figure descending from the sky, landing in front of them in an instant. Jiang Yaru and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the bad guy had returned. With Xia Ping here, they believed that these criminals wouldn't dare to act rashly. Wu Wudi! Lu Hu's pupils shrank. He stared at the young man who suddenly appeared. He was instantly shocked. Even with his peak transcendent cultivation, he couldn't sense Xia Ping's aura. This was a little unusual. He felt that his target this time was a little troublesome. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. You want to deal with my woman? You've got some guts. Go to hell. Xia Ping looked at the Black Tiger Gang members indifferently. He lightly raised his hand and pressed down in the air. He didn't want to waste time talking to them. Stop! Seeing this, Lu Hu felt a great pressure. His expression changed. He knew that this move of Xia Ping's was extraordinary. If he didn't stop it, his subordinates would probably be finished. But he couldn't stop it, because Xia Ping was too fast. In the air, a terrifying magical power pressed down. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Endless pressure came crashing down, creating an extremely terrifying pressure. In just an instant, the Black Tiger Gang members on the ground, whether they were in the fulfillment realm or the transcendent realm, were treated equally. They were like ants under this power. Boom! In an instant, their bodies were crushed into meat paste and turned into powder. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. It was 2 to 3 kilometers in diameter, and even the ground had collapsed by a meter. Too strong. This strength is at least at the peak of the transcendent realm. He killed dozens of people with one move, and some of them were even in the transcendent realm. Is this guy a monster? Didn't they say that Wu Wudi was just a liar? He didn't have much martial strength and was a fake? What's going on now? If he's still a fake, then what are we? Trash? The Black Tiger Gang has kicked an iron plate this time. The surrounding people trembled and looked at Xia Ping in fear. People could lie, items could be fake, and even MO could be fake. But martial strength could not be faked. There was no doubt that his strength was strong. It wasn't just a bluff. You must be joking. How can a liar be so strong? The Black Tiger Gang members were also stunned. Previously, they had maintained a relatively relaxed attitude. They thought that if they met Wu Wudi, they could easily take him down with their strength. But now, they saw that he was not a sheep. He was a tiger. He killed dozens of them as soon as he appeared. Chapter 1330. You. Lu Hu stared at Xia Ping. His expression was uncertain. He was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. Is this all you've got to deal with me? Xia Ping clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the Black Tiger Gang members. Looks like I need to teach you how to respect the strong. You can't mess with just anyone. Kneel. He extended his hand and pressed down. Star attractor. Infinite gravity. Rumbling sounds could be heard as one star after another appeared behind him. There were a total of 108 stars, all of which rumbled as they rotated. Primal chaos energy swirled around them. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to have darkened. Stars revolved around each other, shining resplendently. strands of starlight interweaved, forming a river of stars. The starlight swirled around him, forming a massive star array diagram. Impossible. Is he about to step into the treasure-refining realm? Lu Hu's pupils constricted as he stared at the scene in disbelief. This was obviously a phenomenon created by using the heaven and earth energy. However, low-level cities only allowed people to use the strength of the divinity realm. Even so, such a phenomenon was still created. In other words, even though this kid was only in the divinity realm, he could use the strength of the treasure-refining realm. But this scene was a joke. It was too ridiculous. How could something so stupid happen? He had never seen anyone in the divinity realm this strong. Rumble, however, it didn't matter what he was thinking. Suddenly, the spell formation appeared, and a terrifying gravitational force crushed down, covering the entire valley and crushing down onto the bodies of the Black Tiger Gang members. Immediately, more than 2,000 members of the Black Tiger Gang let out blood-curdling screams. With a bang, they couldn't bear the gravity and were pressed to the ground, their feet sinking deep into the soil. Their faces were ferocious as they crazily used their chi to counteract the gravity. But even if they pushed their chi to the limit, they couldn't do anything. But other than the Black Tiger Gang members, Jiang Yar's group, Yi Jiajia's group, and the surrounding crowd were not affected at all. They couldn't feel the existence of gravity at all. Hyperfocus. This kind of control technique is already hyperfocus. How can something so ridiculous happen? The surrounding people were all extremely shocked. They naturally knew how terrifying a person who could do such a thing was. Just the person who could display such tyrannical power was already very frightening. But now, under such a powerful force, he was still able to control it as if he was controlling his own fingers. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Those who could do this were all monstrous geniuses of their sex, rarely seen even in 1,000 years. Lu Hu could no longer sit still. If they allowed Wu Wudi to continue being so arrogant, they would all be wiped out. They had to destroy this brat's divine ability. Martial Path Divine Ability, 9 Tigers Overlord Blade. In the blink of an eye, he pulled out a golden saber and slashed at Xia Ping. The power of this blade was extremely terrifying. 9 ferocious tigers appeared in the void in an instant, condensing into substance. They shone with golden light and emitted a domineering aura. It was as if any enemy would be devoured by this saber, unable to withstand it. This was Lu Hu's peerless skill, and it was also the reason why he could become the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. With this martial path divine ability, he could kill everyone with a blade in hand. He had once slashed from the south to the north of the city, invincible. Ordinary divine realm cultivators would die in one slash in front of him. So strong. The surrounding people could not help but take a few kilometers back because the domineering aura emitted from Lu Hu was very domineering and extremely exclusive. Even if they were just spectators, if they did not dodge quickly, they would be injured by the overflowing force. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hu's huge blade arrived. The blade was sharp, as if it was going to break Xia Ping's infinite gravity field with one slash and completely split it in half. Too slow. Xia Ping looked at Lu Hu indifferently. In front of his golden crow hell eye, Lu Hu's blade was as slow as a tortoise, and the trajectory of every slash was clear. Boom. He stretched out his hand, and the power of the void condensed. The power of yin and yang fused into a huge hand, instantly grabbing towards Lu Hu as if ignoring the distance between them. What is this? Lu Hu's body trembled. He felt a giant hand suddenly crushing over, shattering his blade chi in an instant. He was unable to block it. Then, the giant hand grabbed his body. He was suddenly extremely shocked. He could not even use the Ice Soul silver needles on his body. His whole body was surrounded by the yin and yang chi, as if his body's power was sealed, and he could not break free. In the next second, his body was grabbed like a little chick, and he was ruthlessly thrown out. Lu Hu let out a shrill scream. His whole body was smashed into the ground, immediately creating a hole with a diameter of 2 to 3 kilometers. It was more than a dozen kilometers deep, as if it was about to break through the earth. Immediately, A crack that was several kilometers long appeared in the surroundings, and there were dense lines everywhere. The scene was shocking. Lu, who was also thrown deep into the ground like a dead dog, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Blood almost covered his body, and he became a bloody man. If not for his last breath, he might have disappeared from the virtual network. But Lu, who still held on. He must not die, otherwise his secret treasure, the Ice Soul Silver Needles, would be lost in this place. He could not accept this loss. No way, with just one move, the boss was beaten like a dog? Many of the Black Tiger Gang members were shocked. In their eyes, Lu, who was an invincible transcendent realm cultivator, and there were not many in the lower city who could defeat him. But now, Lu, who lost so miserably, they could not imagine it at all. Bad guys, go to hell. Let me punish you with the iron fist of justice. Eat my fist. Seeing this, Yi Jiajia and the other brats shouted and rushed up. They were like little monsters, their bodies like cannonballs, attacking the Black Tiger Gang members. A group of brats also wants to die. I will fulfill your wish. Many of the Black Tiger Gang members were furious. They were gangsters who could stop a 3-year-old from crying. Who knew how cruel they were. Although they were a bit down now, they would not be bullied by a group of brats. They were also fulfillment realm cultivators, and even transcendent realm cultivators. They could not be killed by a group of brats. Want to fight? Obediently lie down and wait for your death. Xia Ping pressed down in the air, the gravity quickly increased by more than 10 times, and a huge amount of magic power surged out. Suddenly, the group of Black Tiger Gang members were like crabs, pressed down by a giant rock. Even transcendent realm cultivators would find it difficult to move under such gravity. Chapter 1331. Yi Jiajia and the other brats made their moves. They were all from influential clans and had tempered their physiques to an unimaginable level. They might just be kids, but they were as strong as little monsters. Even though they were only at the Purple Mansion realm, regular early-stage fulfillment realm cultivators might not be a match for them. They were prodigies that could challenge those who were stronger than them. Moreover, under the pressure of Xia Ping's gravity, these Black Tiger Gang members couldn't move. They were just like targets, allowing the kids to beat them up. Scoundrel, disappear for me. Yi Jiajia was the first to rush out. She was wearing a white princess dress. She was a 5 or 6 years old Lolita, but her body was filled with monstrous strength. It was as though there was a real dragon residing in her body. She was extremely violent. Extraordinary strength fist. Her white and tender little fist smashed towards the group of Black Tiger Gang members. The strength of her fist instantly reached dozens of tons. With a boom, a crater that was hundreds of meters deep immediately appeared on the ground. The earth shook and cracked. A small mountain in the distance seemed to have been shaken to the point that it was on the verge of collapsing. Immediately, dozens of members of the Black Tiger Gang were blasted into smithereens and torn to pieces. Even if they were Fulfillment Realm or Divine Ability Realm cultivators, they didn't have special physiques like the Azura body or the Golden Crow body. Their body's defense was only slightly stronger than a Purple Mansion realm. They couldn't resist such a monstrous strength and were shattered in a single fist. My mother! The group of people was flabbergasted. They had never seen such a ferocious Lolita. She was only 5 or 6 years old, but she had already reached the Purple Mansion realm and possessed monstrous strength that far surpassed ordinary people. Even a normal human with godly strength. No, even a savage beast would only be at this level. But this was just the beginning. A little fatty made his move. He took a deep breath, and an endless amount of spirit energy surged in. He swallowed it like a whale, and his body immediately enlarged into a meatball with a diameter of 10 meters. His body was extremely hard, and there seemed to be densely packed special black runic patterns on his body. His flesh density increased by a few thousand times and was twice as hard as a diamond. His weight also increased by a few thousand times. When he stood on the ground would collapse and sink. But contrary to his weight, his speed was extremely fast and nimble. With a leap of his feet, it was as if his feet were springs. In an instant, he leaped high into the sky, surpassing the height of a mountain in the distance. He then fell from mid-air like a falling meteor. Bang! In the next second, he smashed down and instantly killed dozens of Black Tiger Gang members. A shocking crater also appeared on the ground. Just like that, little Fatty jumped and smashed, and countless members of the Black Tiger Gang were killed. I'll burn, I'll burn. A little boy in a black suit, with a pair of big round eyes, looked very cute, and 2 demon horns grew on his forehead. However, he was also an extremely violent person. He opened his mouth wide and instantly spewed out a large amount of flames from his stomach. In an instant, the flames covered a radius of several hundred meters, as if a small fire had broken out. My God, this is the Samadhi true fire, an unusual fire of heaven and earth. How can this kid control it? The group of people was frightened. This was not an ordinary flame, but the famous Samadhi true fire. Once such a flame appeared, it was almost impossible to extinguish. Only the legendary 10,000-year mysterious ice could destroy it. The problem was, how could they have such a treasure? They had never seen it before. Crash! In a few breaths, the fire spread, covering the sky and covering the earth. Dozens of Black Tiger Gang members were burned to ashes, turning into ashes. Apart from them, the other brats also showed their magical powers. They were ferocious as they chased after the Black Tiger Gang members. After half an hour, more than 2,000 members of the Black Tiger Gang were annihilated. Not a single one was left. Are these kids monsters? My God, these are the kids born in the universe. So scary. They're simply little monsters. Jiang Yaru, Chu Rong, Su Ji, and Yu Qiqi were also shocked. Although they had also taken action to eliminate the Black Tiger Gang members, they weren't as strong and tyrannical as this group of children. They also realized the gap between the cloud world and the universe. Even if they were martial artists of the same level, the resources and martial arts they grasped were different. Their battle strength was also very different. It was almost an overwhelming gap. It was impossible to catch up. They also made up their minds that after joining the Heaven and Earth sect, they must learn profound martial arts. The Black Tiger Gang was annihilated? Lu who kicked an iron plate. Fortunately, this is the virtual network. Otherwise, they would all die. Even so, their souls would be seriously injured and they wouldn't be able to log into the virtual network for several months. The surrounding people were shocked. Although the fighting strength of these kids was amazing, if Xia Ping didn't suppress the gang members, they wouldn't be able to win so easily. It could be said that Xia Ping alone suppressed the Black Tiger Gang members. He had the strength of 1,000 men. It's over. This time it's over. Lu who lay in the deep pit, gasping for breath. His face was pale. He naturally felt that his subordinates were annihilated one by one. Now he was all alone. If he could, he simply wanted to commit suicide and leave the virtual network. But now he couldn't because he still had a treasure like the soul-freezing silver needle. He couldn't bear to leave like this. He could only stubbornly hold on, lest his injuries were too severe and he was kicked out of the virtual network. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he knew this monster was so powerful, he wouldn't have come looking for trouble even if he was beaten to death. Now, not only did he not get anything, but he also suffered heavy casualties. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a strong aura came from afar. Figures also flew in from the sky. They were extremely fast and quickly landed outside the valley. Wu Wudi! Is Wu Wudi here? Come out immediately! Many people shouted. What? Jiang Yaru and the others were shocked. There were too many of them. They were 10 times, 20 times more than the Black Tiger Gang. There were tens of thousands of people. And there were even more auras flying in from afar. It seemed that this was only the beginning. My God, how many people did this bad guy offend? Why did so many people come looking for trouble? Jiang Yaru and the others were speechless. Following this bad guy, there really was no peace. God is good to me. This kid's enemies are finally here. Lu who was grateful. He felt as if he had escaped from death. I am Wu Wudi. Why are you looking for me? Do you want to treat me to a meal? Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and glanced sideways. I heard that you've obtained the distant fire forging technique. Is this true? A man with triangular eyes walked out and stared at Xia Ping greedily. Chapter 1332. The Distant Fire Forging Technique. Hearing this, the onlookers were shocked. They immediately pricked up their ears. Didn't they come to this mountain range to obtain the distant fire forging technique? Had the secret technique already fallen into Wu Wudi's hands? Even Lu Hu, who was at the bottom of the pit, held his breath and quietly listened to Xia Ping. But before Xia Ping could say anything, more and more groups of people charged over. Oh my god, isn't that the biggest gang in West Region City, the Wolf Fong Gang? Why are they here? Someone shouted. They immediately saw a group of people, thousands of them. They were all wearing black clothes with a wolf's head printed on them, revealing their scarlet fangs. This was the Wolf Fong Gang's biggest symbol. More than half of the Wolf Fong Gang's higher-ups are here. They've turned out in full force. Many people were shocked. This was because the Wolf Fong Gang was more famous than the Black Tiger Gang, and they were used to working in groups. They were extremely ferocious. Ordinary people would be torn to pieces if they encountered this gang. Once the Wolf Fong Gang appeared, most people would retreat. Those who offended the Wolf Fong Gang could only wait for death. No one dared to help them. It's not just the Wolf Fong Gang. Dongyu City's Ursa Gang is here too. Someone shouted. Another group of people arrived. They were all tall and strong, more than 2.5 meters tall. They were as strong as black bears and had boundless strength. The appearance of this group of people was like a small mountain, giving off a fatal sense of oppression. The surrounding people were all shivering. It was as if the other party could grab them with a single hand as if they were little chicks, and with a single squeeze, their heads would be crushed. The Ursa Gang was also a powerful gang that was not inferior to the Wolf Fong Gang. Look, the Mammoth Gang, Wild Lion Gang, Water Buffalo Gang, these super gangs are here too. They've turned out in full force. They've definitely turned out in full force. Most of the powerful sects in the 108 low-grade cities nearby are here, right? Although not all of their elites are here, some of them are here. This is quite a shocking scene. The group of people was dumbfounded. They felt that this was a gang gathering. Almost all the dark forces in the nearby cities had appeared, and they were filled with murderous intent. Some people carefully counted and found that there were at least 100,000 people. Furthermore, there were even more people coming from behind them. This kind of battle array was simply frightening. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He sensed Ho San's aura in the crowd. Although he thought he had hidden it well, he could not hide it from Xia Ping's divine senses. He reckoned that Ho San was the one who had leaked the news. That was why so many forces were mobilizing and coming out in full force. However, he had already expected this situation because he had deliberately allowed it to happen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left his name beside Ho San. Before advancing to an intermediate city, there must be an epic battle. Otherwise, how can we live up to the name Wu Wudi? Xia Ping's eyes lit up. When he came to Far East City this time, he found that many small fish and shrimps were also staring at him, as if he was a dish that they could eat however they wanted. As the saying goes, people are kind, and horses are kind. If he did not kill a few people, others would not know how powerful he was. Therefore, he had to fight, kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and intimidate the crowd. There was probably nothing more shocking than defeating so many gangs. He believed that after this battle, not many people would dare to cause trouble for him. At least, weak flies would not come to harass him. Moreover, this could also attract a lot of hatred. This was a plan that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Fuck, is this Wu Wudi? He's really a shameless person. I want to beat him up when I see him. Among the crowd, Ho San gritted his teeth and stared at Xia Ping. At that moment, there was a big bump on his forehead. Although it had been bandaged, it was still extremely painful. It was as if every nerve in his body was stinging. Thinking back to how this bastard had smashed him with a brick and robbed him of all his treasures, almost losing even his underwear, he was immediately filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to take revenge immediately. Therefore, he was so angry that he immediately leaked the news of the distant fire forging technique and said that Wu Wuti had obtained it. The result was just as he expected. Countless forces came out in full force. He believed that with so many experts here, it would be impossible for Wu Wuti to escape. Ho-san was looking forward to seeing Wu Wuti get beaten up. If he wanted to take away his treasures, how could he not pay a price? Wu Wuti, where's your distant fire forging technique? Hand it over immediately. Such a secret manual is not something a liar like you can have. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. The leader of the Wolf's Fang gang, Gu Yong, jumped out and shouted at Xia Ping with a murderous look. Secret manual? I don't understand what you're saying. Are you mistaken? I just arrived. How could I have obtained the distant fire forging technique? Is there a villain who is spreading rumors? Xia Ping said carelessly. Villain? Who are you talking about? Your whole family is a villain. Ho-san was furious. Even when he was about to die, this bastard still wanted to slander him. He was indeed a complete villain. Don't play dumb. You definitely have the distant fire forging technique. You can't hide it from us. The leader of the Big Bear gang, Yu Tao, also said in a low voice. He clenched his fist, which was the size of a clay pot, and made cracking sounds. He was very threatening. Why are you talking nonsense with this kid? This guy won't give up until he sees his coffin. Whether the distant fire forging technique is really with him or not, just kill him. All his treasures will definitely be revealed, the leader of the giant elephant gang, Zhang Hao, said sinisterly. Zhang Hao, the leader of the giant elephant gang, said in a sinister tone. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. He wanted to kill Wu Wuti to find out whether he had the distant fire forging technique or not. This was also the fastest way to verify it. It didn't matter even if the kid didn't have it. Anyway, he would only be killing one person. For gangs like them, it was child's play. Alright, I admit it. The distant fire forging technique is indeed with me. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and sighed. But to be honest, the distant fire ancestor is actually the ancestor of the Wu clan. This secret technique was passed down by him. As a descendant of the Wu clan, it's only right for me to obtain this secret technique. It can be said that it's the wish of the masses, and it can also be said that this is the choice of fate. Don't you think it's a little too much for you to forcefully snatch it? He looked at the crowd. Bullshit. The leader of the Wild Lion gang, Tang Zhen, shouted angrily. The distant fire ancestor's surname is Tseng, not Wu. How can he be the ancestor of your Wu clan? Even if you want to lie, you should be more serious. He exposed Xia Ping's lie. Oh, then I remembered wrongly. In fact, the distant fire ancestor is the best friend of my Wu clan's ancestor. They were sworn brothers and had sworn an oath of blood. It's not wrong to say that he's the ancestor of my Wu clan. Xia Ping's expression didn't change. The group of people gritted their teeth. This guy's skin was thicker than the city wall. Even a Star Destroyer cannon couldn't penetrate it. Even after being exposed, he still dared to brag. Chapter 1333. You're indeed a super liar. You can't believe every word you say. Ho-san's mouth twitched. This was the first time he had seen such an outrageous person. Although being thick-skinned was an advantage as a liar, the problem was that he was too thick-skinned. Did he know what it meant to be shameless? Many people gritted their teeth. Did he remember wrongly? How could such a big lie be covered up by just saying that he remembered wrongly? He had underestimated their intelligence. However, some of them were ashamed. If the leader of the Wild Lion gang hadn't exposed this kid's lies in time, they might have really believed his words. Wu Wuti, don't try to flatter me. Hand over the Ignis forging technique immediately. This is your only chance of survival, Gu Yong, the leader of the Wolf Fang gang, shouted. He stared at Xia Ping like a wolf. Don't do anything rash. My Wu family is a sage family with a sage. If you dare to harm me, none of you will escape. You will die without a burial place. Xia Ping warned them, still fearless. Bullshit, keep bullshitting. Sage family? Why don't you say you're a sage? Maybe I'll believe you. Damn, not a single word of this liar's is true. He's about to die and he's still acting tough. Aren't you afraid of blowing your own trumpet? Does your family know you're so awesome? A group of people looked at Xia Ping with disdain. If they believed a single punctuation mark from this fellow, then they would be pigs. Did he think that they would believe him just because he said those words and retreat? Wasn't he looking down on them too much? Gu Yong and the others from the Wolf Fong gang were getting impatient. They shouted loudly and immediately attacked. What should we do? Jiang Yaru and the others all looked at Xia Ping. Facing the attacks of so many people, they all felt a great pressure. It was as if they were powerless people surrounded by hundreds of fierce tigers. 100,000 people were attacking. Even if each of them spat, it would be enough to drown them to death. It was obvious that Gu Yong and the others had no interest in fighting Xia Ping alone. They wanted to exhaust Xia Ping to death with numbers. They're just useless people. Xia Ping stood up and looked at the group of people. He didn't care about them at all. Martial Path Divine Ability, 7 Fiendish True Dragon Roar. Immediately, he used this technique of the Dragon Clan and let out a loud roar. Massive amounts of qi gathered in his throat and exploded, creating terrifying sound waves. With his body as the center, layers upon layers of sound waves immediately gushed out and rapidly spread out. Like a tidal wave, it spread out for hundreds of kilometers. Vaguely, a true dragon appeared in the sky. It was hidden in the clouds and let out a furious roar. The power of this sound wave had the power to destroy heaven and earth. What? The leader of the Wolf Fong gang and the others were startled. They immediately felt a wave of panic, as if they had met their natural enemy. It was as if they were mice that had met a cat. They lost 70% of their courage. Dragon might, this is dragon might. Some people cried out in horror. The power of this dragon's might was extremely terrifying. Other than a few people with strong willpower, everyone else would be intimidated by the dragon's might, and their legs would go soft. The power of the sound wave clearly hadn't reached them yet, but many people were already trembling, their legs shaking like sieves. Some people wanted to run away, but their legs had long gone soft, and they could not escape at all. Immediately use your protective skills to block it. Block it quickly, or you'll die. Gu Yong roared. He could feel the terrifying power of the sound wave contained in the roar. Not only that, but it also seemed to contain the power of malice, which specialized in breaking through the protective qi of vigor. It had a strong destructive power, and was not something that ordinary divine abilities could compare to. Many people felt that they were not facing a human, but a true dragon. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the roar was earth-shattering, and it quickly covered the gang members. Ah! Many gang members immediately let out shrill cries of pain. Their entire bodies were shattered. Even if they used their protective qi of vigor, the malice entered their bodies and tore them apart in an instant. Cultivators below the divine realm could not withstand it at all. The air shook thousands of times, so much so that they coughed up blood and disappeared from the virtual space just like that. Even a divine realm cultivator would find it hard to withstand it. The sound wave came one after another, like waves crashing on the shore, hitting the reefs and bombarding them. One by one, they were sent flying, smashing through dozens of mountains before coming to a stop. However, their lungs were also injured from the shock. Not an inch of their skin was left unscathed, and they bled profusely. Oh my God! By the time the roar was over, everyone was shocked. Out of the 100,000 gang members, 60,000 had disappeared. The weaker cultivators were killed by the shock, and not even their bones were left. Even if there were 40,000 people who were not dead, they were all injured. Their eyes were dull, and it was clear that their souls were injured as well, showing signs of dementia. It was especially so for gang leaders like the Wolf Fangs. While they were at the pinnacle of divine realm, they were too close to Xia Ping, and so they took the brunt of the damage. They were also shaken to the point that they coughed up blood. If it were not for their high cultivation and their protective treasures, they would have been turned into ashes by that roar. Brother Wu is too strong. Yi Jiejia and the other brats looked at Xia Ping with admiration. A single roar had killed 60,000 people. What kind of mystic power was that? No other divine realm cultivator of the same level could do something like that. Jiang Yaru and the others were shocked as well. While they knew that Xia Ping was strong, they did not expect him to be this strong. These were all powerful aliens, and yet they were not Xia Ping's match. Not bad. Xia Ping was very satisfied. This mystic power was very effective in clearing up small fries. Under the roar of the true dragon, anyone weaker than him would be killed without exception. And it was an area of effect attack, so it was impossible to escape. However, the weakness of this move was that it consumed too much magic power. If an ordinary cultivator let out a roar, their magic power would be completely depleted. Fortunately, his purple palace was huge, more than 100 times that of a normal person. Even using the true dragon roar of 7 malice would only cost him 1% of his mana. This was one of the benefits of having mana. He could use martial mystic powers at will. What kind of mystic power is that? Why is it so terrifying? It seems to be the roar of a true dragon. It contains the might of a dragon. Damn it, is this kid related to the Dragon Clan? Why does he know this mystic power? It's too scary. He killed 60,000 people with one move. Human wave tactics are useless against him. Wu Wudi, is there really no one who can fight him? He's not just a liar. His martial strength is terrifying as well. Chapter 1334. Ridiculous. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd. You want to cause trouble for me with such mediocre skills? You want to get the distant fire forging technique? There's only one word to describe your behavior. You're overestimating yourselves. To deal with trash like you, I can crush countless of you with a single finger. He taunted them unrestrainedly, firing at them all over the map. Damn it. Immediately, the crowd was furious. As members of the underworld, they were all unruly, cruel, and ruthless. They killed people like flies. Yet, they were considered useless and could be killed with a single finger. Although they admitted that Wu Wudi was very strong, he was looking down on them too much. Everyone, don't be fooled by this brat. Gu Yong, the leader of the Wolf Fong gang, jumped out. Such a powerful mystique must consume a lot of energy. How many times can he use it? Plus, we have the numbers advantage and endless reinforcements. We can exhaust him to death. Most importantly, this is the virtual world. We won't die. What's there to be afraid of? Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. Just as Gu Yong said, such a powerful mystique could not be used too many times. After using it a few times, the brat's energy would be completely depleted. Cultivators without energy were no different from tigers without claws and fangs. They could only wait to be slaughtered. Of course, most importantly, they were in the virtual world and could not die. What was there to be afraid of? They would fight him to the death. In an instant, hundreds of Mystique Realm cultivators moved. But their targets were not Xia Ping, but Jiang Yaru and the others, as well as Yi Jiejia and the other brats. That's a good idea. Xia Ping squinted. He could tell that they were planning to use Jiang Yaru and the others as a threat. After all, the 7 Malice Dragon Roar was very powerful, but it did not distinguish between friend and foe. Once he used this mystique, he would definitely hurt his allies. They were betting that Xia Ping wouldn't dare to harm his allies, so they set their targets on Jiang Yaru and the others. This way, this brat would definitely hold back. If I were an ordinary person, I might not be able to do anything to you. But to think that you can use such a method to stop me? You're just too stupid. A cold glint flashed across Xia Ping's eyes as he channeled the magic power within his body. Azure the Arch-Longevity Art, Omniscient Nature. Rumble, in an instant, a boundless wood elemental aura surged from his body. The world tree in the depths of the Violet Kingdom was also trembling. It was as if his body had become a towering tree. As Xia Ping stood on the ground, he seemed to be able to absorb the boundless power of the earth and wood, which madly flowed into his body. It was as if a divine tree had been born. At the same time, strands of divine wood-type aura spread out from Xia Ping's body, seeping into the underground veins and quickly entering the bodies of every single plant in the forest. What is this? Many people immediately cried out because they discovered that the plants in the forest had undergone earth-shattering changes. They were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Trees that were hundreds of meters tall and over 1,000 meters tall rose from the ground. Weeds also grew crazily, entangling like vines. They were so tall that they almost covered the heads of people. Flowers bloomed one after another. Regardless of the season, they all grew at that moment, completely ignoring the power of the seasons. The air around them was filled with a fragrant scent, and countless plants in the forest bowed slightly in Xia Ping's direction, as if they were welcoming the ruler of the wood element, the ancestor of all trees. Such a strange scene was also discovered by many, and everyone was shocked. Quick, hide! The expressions of Gu Yong and the other gang leaders changed drastically. They felt an aura that was even more terrifying than before. The roots on the ground shot out like dragons, tearing the ground apart. In an instant, they were close to the gang members. Some of the roots were like spears, containing a sharp aura. In an instant, they pierced through the bodies of the martial artists. Some of the vines were as soft as ropes, like poisonous snakes. They wrapped around the bodies of the enemies and strangled them to death, leaving them with no way to escape. A man-eating flower opened its mouth and instantly swallowed a few martial artists into its stomach, digesting them quickly. Some of the flowers exuded a bewitching aura. Just smelling a little bit of it would cause one to faint and lose consciousness. In just a few breaths, the area within a radius of hundreds of miles had turned into a world of killing plants. Any enemy that invaded the forest would be wiped out without exception. How wonderful! Xia Ping stood in place, not moving. His divine sense was immersed in the world tree, controlling every plant to carry out a massacre. It was as if every plant was his clone, like a finger or an arm. Of course, without the world tree, it was simply impossible to control every plant. Who knew how much mental strength it would take to do so? But with the world tree as the core, he could become a supercomputer. He only needed to give an order to control countless plants, and he didn't need to spend too much mental strength. This is soul energy? Soon, Xia Ping discovered that every time he killed an enemy, these enemies would always emit some soul energy after they died, and then the soul energy would quickly dissipate into the void. But with his ability to devour soul energy, he could quickly capture the dissipating soul energy and integrate it into the depths of his soul. He could feel his divine sense increasing bit by bit. I didn't expect to be able to devour soul energy like this. What a pleasant surprise. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He knew that after people died in the virtual world, although they didn't really die, their souls would still suffer considerable damage, and a lot of soul energy would be emitted. Even if the amount of soul energy devoured was less than killing a living creature in the real world, with so many people piled up, it would still be quite a shocking amount of soul energy. It could strengthen one's soul to a terrifying level. Thinking of this, he didn't show any mercy and killed these gang members one by one. Run quickly. This is a demon. What kind of magic is this? How can it be so terrifying? It's a trap. This is definitely a trap. He definitely wants to kill us here. How can this be? Could it be that his magic power is endless? Everyone shouted in horror. They found that they couldn't get close to Xia Ping at all. And as time passed, their companions around them died one by one, all killed by these evil plants. They felt as if they had fallen into a hell of plants. There were enemies everywhere, and there was nowhere to run. Chapter 1335. Bush. The people from the Wolf Fong gang quickly fled. They were completely terrified by Xia Ping. He was an undefeatable monster. They were simply waiting to die if they stayed. Although dying in the virtual network was not a real death, their souls would be weakened for a few months. They would not be able to log in for a short period of time. More importantly, all their treasures would be lost. They could not accept such a loss. Each and every one of them ran away happily, wishing that their parents had given them a few more legs. Monster, Wu Wudi is a monster. Just one person killed 100,000 troops and caused them to collapse. Some died, some were crippled. What kind of divine power is that? It's so powerful. Wood divine power. He can control the power of all wood. It's very mysterious. No way. I've seen wood divine powers before, but those in the divine power realm can only control a dozen trees at most. They can't take it anymore. Yeah, he can control all the plants within a few hundred kilometers. It's too shocking. I can only say that his magic power is unbelievably strong. It's comparable to a divine beast. Comparable to a divine beast? He really is a monster. Many people were completely shocked. Xia Ping's combat power had refreshed their horizons. They knew that there was always someone better than you. Some of the disciples from the big families looked solemn. Even the most talented genius in their families could not do this when he was in the divine power realm. It was not hard to imagine that Wu Wudi was not just a liar. He must have an amazing heritage. Bang, bang. Xia Ping chased after the gang members for another hour, crushing tens of thousands of people along the way. He slaughtered his way in and out of the forest, causing countless cultivators to flee for their lives. Blood flowed like a river as they fled in all directions. Many of them were killed by the plants, but there were also some who were trampled to death as they fled. This group of people fell into endless panic, and they didn't know where to run. I've used up a lot of energy. Xia Ping stood in the air. Even though his magic power was extremely strong, controlling so many plants to fight for such a long time made him feel a little weak. It was estimated that after a period of time, the magic power in his body would be exhausted. However, after this battle, no one dared to appear in front of him anymore, and no one dared to steal his ignis forging art. This was the result of his killing, and it was terrifying. However, there are still many benefits. My soul energy has grown quite a bit. Xia Ping was very satisfied. He had killed tens of thousands of people, and each of them had absorbed a wisp of soul energy. Moreover, most of the souls were above the fulfillment realm, and the energy was extremely pure. This also allowed his divine sense to evolve and expand little by little. With the improvement of his divine sense, the speed at which he swallowed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and refined his magic power also became faster. Oh no, Xia Ping, Lu who seems to have taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Yu Qiqi immediately transmitted a message over. She discovered that Lu Hu, who was originally at the bottom of the pit, had unknowingly slipped away, and she had no idea where he had gone. Escape? He can't escape. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. His divine sense spread out, covering a radius of over 10,000 kilometers. In a few breaths of time, he found Lu Hu's aura. The other party was hiding in a forest. Lu Hu probably thought that he had safely escaped from Xia Ping's clutches, so he leaned against a big tree, gasped for breath, and began to rest. Xia Ping's body flashed, and he chased after him. At this moment, Lu Hu was leaning against a big tree, gasping for breath. He looked around vigilantly, and when he sensed that there was no one around and that there was no one around, he immediately felt a lot more at ease. Damn, that Wu Wudi is simply a monster. Lu Hu still had lingering fears. Previously, he had wanted to kidnap this kid and extort a large amount of money from him. But now, it seemed that he was already lucky that he was not killed. The Wolf Fang gang, the Giant Elephant gang, and the other gangs were all much stronger than his Black Tiger gang, and they had many experts. They had a total of 100,000 people, but this kid had single-handedly destroyed them. This was not something that ordinary humans could compare with. Without a doubt, this kid must be the direct heir of some ancient family, which was why he had such a shocking inheritance. As for why he was still doing such things even though he was from a large family, he could only think that it was a hobby of the children of large families, or perhaps it was a game. Fortunately, that group of idiots came to stop Wu Wudi. Otherwise, I would be dead this time. I wouldn't even be able to keep the treasures on me. Lu Hu was extremely glad. If not for the Wolf Fang gang, he was afraid that he would have been dead. However, he immediately decided to list Wu Wudi as an important person that he absolutely could not afford to offend. Not only was he very strong, but he could also be the son of a large family. How could a small fry like the Black Tiger Gang afford to offend such an important person? If his real identity was exposed, he was afraid that he would be chased through space, and he would not even know how he died. At this moment, suddenly, a strong wind came, and in an instant, it was behind Lu Hu. Who is it? Lu Hu was shocked, and his hair stood on end like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He was now seriously injured, and he was being targeted. Did that not bode well for him? He immediately focused, wanting to know who was looking for him. However, just as he looked back, he immediately saw a brick coming towards his head. Not good. Lu Hu shouted. With a thud, the brick hit his head hard. His consciousness disappeared into the endless darkness, and his soul instantly left the virtual network. In the next second, his soul returned to his body, and he immediately woke up from the real world. No. My frost silver needles, my treasures, are gone, all gone. Lu Hu's face turned green, and he roared crazily, incomparably desperate. Who is it? Which immoral bastard is so shameless as to plot against me behind my back? Don't let me find you, or I will not rest until you die. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Previously, he had worked so hard to escape, and he thought that he could sleep peacefully. Who would have thought that there would be a despicable and shameless person who would plot against him, killing him with a brick? He did not even see what the person who killed him looked like. One could imagine his anger now. However, no matter how much he roared, he had already died in the virtual world, and he could not log in for several months. Even if he wanted to find the murderer, it was impossible. What is this? Chapter 1336. This is soul-freezing silver needle. Seeing this thing, Corinne immediately cried out, obviously a little surprised. Soul-freezing silver needle? What is this? Xiaoping asked. Corinne said in a deep voice, this is an incredible thing. Using this treasure, you can even directly kill people in the virtual network and destroy the other party's soul. It is a great killing weapon. You can still kill people in the virtual network? Xiaoping was taken aback. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing. Of course you can kill people. The universe virtual network is not an ordinary virtual network. It is between virtual and real. Corinne said, according to Old Master, this universe virtual network was built by the saints. Its main purpose is to make the soul immortal. As for becoming a tool for communication with the whole universe, it is just a side effect. Soul immortal? Xiaoping's eyes revealed a trace of cold light. He also suddenly thought of this. If the soul is in the virtual network, then it really doesn't exist. No matter how many times it is killed, it will be resurrected. If this virtual network world continues to evolve, turning virtual into real, maybe it can really become a divine world, a world of gods immortal. It is estimated that this is also the ambition of many saints. Where did you get this treasure? Xiaoping continued to ask. It should be from the outside world. Corinne thought for a moment and replied. Xiaoping's eyes widened. Things from the outside world can also be brought into the virtual network? He was really surprised. He didn't expect the universe virtual network to be so magical. Of course, as long as a certain price is paid. Corinne said, moreover, things from the outside world can not only be brought in, but even things from the virtual world can also be brought out. Even the treasures in the virtual world can be of great benefit to cultivators and can improve their cultivation. For example, if you get 1,000-year-old ginseng in the virtual world, after consuming and refining it, it is equivalent to getting 1,000-year-old ginseng, exactly the same as in reality. It explained the magic of the universe virtual network. There is such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it before? Xiaoping asked. Corinne said with contempt, before you were busy swindling people, where would you have time to know these things? Xiaoping also remembered a lot of things that happened before. Indeed, apart from the novice village, he had been staying in Far East City and didn't pay much attention to anything else. However, he was very thick-skinned and did not look embarrassed at all. Moreover, Do you know why the virtual network is divided into novice village, low-level city, middle-level city, and high-level city? Corinne looked at Xiaoping, but did not wait for Xiaoping to answer and answered his own question. It's because the higher the level of the virtual network space, the closer it is to the real world, and the better the effects of the elixirs and treasures growing in this space. Novice village's level is too low, so most of the treasures are virtual and have no practical use. Low-grade cities are more than 10 times better than novice villages. They produce large amounts of spirit stones, spirit herbs, spirit liquids, and many other things. To cultivators, this is a great benefit. The treasures produced by intermediate and high-grade cities are even more powerful. Moreover, because no one will die in the virtual network and one can obtain a large number of elixirs to increase one's cultivation, this also leads to most cultivators coming to the virtual network to search for treasures and train. Xiaoping nodded. This also solved one of his doubts. Very soon, his eyes lit up. In that case, won't there be a lot of spiritual herbs appearing in this virtual space? And where do these spiritual herbs grow? He wanted to go and pick them. Indeed, these spiritual herbs basically grow in spirited mountains, Corinne said. But these spirited mountains are basically occupied by big families, big sects, and big forces. Ordinary cultivators basically don't have a share and can only look at them with envy. Those gangs you encountered before, such as Wolf Teeth Gang, Black Tiger Gang, and other organizations, they also occupy a small mountain as their own base, monopolizing the spiritual herbs of spirited mountains. So they become stronger and attract countless strong people. Speaking up to here, he paused and continued. This is also the reason why the virtual network is fighting endlessly. In order to compete for spirited mountains, countless cultivators fight to the death. Whoever occupies more spirit mountains will be able to occupy more resources and become more powerful. Occupy spirited mountains. Xiaoping knew that except for the city's safe zone, other places can kill each other and no one will care. But spirited mountains are in the wilderness, which is a lawless zone. In this kind of place, whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Interesting, that is to say, as long as you are strong enough, you can occupy a spirited mountain. Xiaoping touched his chin. So, I can also snatch the spirited mountains occupied by Black Tiger Gang and other gangs? Corinne was stunned. What do you want to do? What else can I do? Of course I want to flatten the nest of Black Tiger Gang. Only they can besiege me, and I can't retaliate. Xiaoping said righteously. Of course, the main purpose of this time is to punish evil and promote good. These gangs are doing all kinds of evil everywhere, they are oppressing the villagers, and the people have no way to live. I don't know how much anger they have aroused. In the past, no one cared about them, so they became more and more arrogant. But now it's different, I'm here. I want to let these gangs know that offending me, Xiaoping, no, it should be killing common people and doing all kinds of evil is a wrong thing. It's not that I don't want to retaliate, it's just that the time has not yet come. Corinne twitched. This guy clearly wants to snatch the many elixirs on other people's spirited mountain, and also brags that he is getting rid of evil for the people. He has never seen such a thick-skinned man, so shameless. Moreover, when those gangs besieged Xiaoping before, they suffered heavy losses. They lost more than half of their elites. Now their nest is completely empty, and they are in an incomparably weak period. Attacking these spirited mountains now is clearly taking advantage of people's precarious situation and hitting them while they are down. But for now, I should first go back and rendezvous with Jiang Yaru and the others, and then kill these gangs' nest in one fell swoop and take revenge. Xiaoping clenched his fist. Then, he put away the soul-freezing silver needles. After all, this is a big killing weapon. It can kill people in the virtual world. This kind of method is too terrifying. If he encounters an arrogant enemy in the future, he can completely kill the other party in the virtual world. Even if he doesn't use it in the virtual world, he can also use it in the real world. This is his trump card. He is really grateful to Lu Hu. Without him, how could he get such a big killing weapon? Chapter 1337. Black Tiger Mountain. This was a spirit mountain controlled by the Black Tiger Gang. It wasn't too far from Far East City, and it was also the gang's base camp. Most of the gang's elites lived here. Spirit chi lingered around the spirit mountain, and there seemed to be a spirit vein circulating. Many spirit herbs grew on the mountainside. At a glance, one could tell that this was a land of outstanding talents. Cultivating here would be several times faster than other places. At the moment, many of the gang's elites were gathered in a hall at the top of Black Tiger Mountain. I heard the gang leader brought people to kidnap that liar Wu Woody. What happened? What's the point of asking? Can't you see that so many people came back injured? Many of our brothers were killed, and in the end, even the gang leader was killed. Don't even mention how tragic it was. Damn, isn't that kid just a liar? Even the gang leader couldn't catch him? Biamias. That guy is a tiger in sheep's clothing. He's so ferocious that he's a complete mess. His battle prowess is too ferocious. At that time, hundreds of brothers were killed by him in one move. Even the gang leader couldn't escape his evil claws. Really? No matter how strong he is, he's only at the peak of the transcendent realm. It's not like I haven't seen it before. The gang leader is an expert like that, but he couldn't kill hundreds of brothers in one move. That's because you didn't see it. I thought that killing hundreds of brothers in one move was ridiculous enough, but then dozens of gangs came looking for him. There were 100,000 of them, and that's enough to flatten the Black Tiger Gang dozens of times. But when he goes berserk, once he goes berserk, 60,000 people are killed with a single roar, and the remaining tens of thousands are chased and killed like chickens. That is called a river of blood. If it was in the real world, it would be a massacre, a one-sided massacre. Damn, the more I hear, the more fake it sounds. That's an enemy, can you not brag for him? What do you mean brag? I'm just telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other brothers. They were all there and can testify for me. If I'm lying, I'll be struck by lightning. It's true. It wasn't easy for us to come back alive. It was a narrow escape from death. Yeah, we weren't the only ones who saw it. There were many witnesses at the scene. The Wolf Fang Gang, the Giant Elephant Gang, and the Big Bear Gang all suffered heavy casualties. They were killed like dogs by him. Damn it, why is this guy so cruel? It seems like he's not just a swindler, but also a bandit who kills people like scything flax. That must be the case. I can guarantee that this is definitely not his original appearance. He must have had plastic surgery. That guy might be a wanted interstellar pirate, the very cruel kind. A group of Black Tiger Gang members were talking about it. Some people even maliciously slandered Xia Ping's reputation, thinking that this guy might be a wanted criminal who hid his true face and was guilty of many crimes. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the entire spiritual mountain rang with the urgent sound of a bell. At first, they didn't pay much attention to the bell, but when it rang for the 9th time, their expressions changed drastically. Enemy attack. Without a doubt, it was an enemy attack. Just 3 tolls of the bell meant that trouble was coming, 5 tolls meant that a strong enemy was coming, and 9 tolls meant that the sect was in danger of being annihilated, requiring all the sect members to take action and resist with their lives. Hearing this sound, a group of Black Tiger Gang leaders rushed out. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why are there 9 tolls of the bell? How many years has it not been rung? Who doesn't know that our Black Tiger Gang is the overlord of Far East City? We've been dominating for decades, and we have more than 10,000 members, all of whom are elites. Who dares to touch our Black Tiger Gang? Are they tired of living? Someone must have seen that our Black Tiger Gang lost 2,000 elites, and even our leader died. We can't go online for a few months, so they want to hit us while we're down. Bastards, when a tiger doesn't show its might, they think I'm a sick cat. They even want to take advantage of people's difficulties to cause trouble on our Black Tiger Mountain. They really don't know what's good for them. Even if the leader isn't here, our Black Tiger Gang isn't something that just anyone can provoke. Brothers, take up your weapons and kill those troublemakers. A group of people shouted and rushed out of the main hall aggressively. Suddenly, a Black Tiger Gang guard outside shouted, "Wu Woody, it's the great swindler Wu Woody." Quickly ask the leader to come over and hold the fort. We can't hold them off any longer. What? The great swindler Wu Wudi. An unparalleled ferocious man who could kill 60,000 people with a single roar? Oh my God, this bastard really killed his way up. Quickly ask the leader to come over. Otherwise, we won't be able to stop this unparalleled ferocious man. Invite my ass. The leader is already dead. He can't go online for a few months. How are we going to invite him? Call the vice sect master and many of the sect elders over. Have them all come over. We can't let this bastard do whatever he wants. So what if he's Wu Wudi? If he dares to cause trouble on Black Tiger Mountain, we'll die with him. The members of the Black Tiger gang shouted loudly. They were full of fighting spirit and aggressive. They, the Black Tiger Mountain, had dominated Far East City for dozens of years and had never been afraid of others. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the main hall's door was kicked open. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Then, more than 10 Black Tiger gang guards were sent flying. They slid along the ground for dozens of meters, coughing up blood. Clearly, these dozen guards had been kicked and were already half dead. They couldn't even get up. The surrounding Black Tiger gang members were so scared that they pissed their pants. They didn't dare to stay at the door. They scrambled and ran away. Xia Ping walked in very calmly. Behind him were Jiang Yar, Su Ji, Yu Qiqi, and Chu Rong, as well as Yi Jiajia and 20 to 30 other brats. From the looks of it, it didn't look like he was here to get beaten up. Instead, he looked like he was here to travel with his children. Wu Wudi, what are you trying to do? How dare you barge into Black Tiger Mountain? Are you planning to become enemies with all of us? How dare you? What kind of medicine did you take? If you don't explain your goal clearly, you'll be walking out of here. With a few swishing sounds, the Black Tiger gang members immediately sent out a Black Tiger Baleful Een formation. It fused all of the gang members' magic power. This was a heaven and earth formation. Many of the Black Tiger gang members scolded Xia Ping. They were shocked and angry. They were shocked. They had thought that Wu Wudi had killed 2,000 members of the Black Tiger gang, as well as 100,000 people from dozens of gangs. He had killed so many people that their blood flowed like a river. He had done such an earth-shattering thing, and this matter should have ended and died down. Wu Wudi should have returned to the safe zone with the distant fire forging technique. But they didn't expect that not long after, this guy would directly kill his way to Black Tiger Mountain to cause trouble. Such a thing was simply too absurd. How many years had it been? After they became the overlord of Far East City and occupied Black Tiger Mountain, no one dared to come to Black Tiger Mountain. No one dared to cause trouble for the Black Tiger gang. Chapter 1338. Why are you asking me why I am here? Xia Ping clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the Black Tiger gang members. It's simple. I am here for only one purpose, and that is to destroy the Black Tiger gang. His body exuded a terrifying aura that instantly enveloped the entire mountain. Arrogant bastard! You want to destroy my Black Tiger Mountain? You must be dreaming. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. Immediately, the Black Tiger gang members were furious. Though they knew that Ling Xian had ill intentions, they did not expect him to destroy the Black Tiger gang. This conflict was irreconcilable and they could only fight to the death. The Black Tiger array of malice. In an instant, hundreds of Black Tiger gang members formed a huge mountain. Their spiritual power gushed out and a huge array appeared, absorbing the malice chi in the surroundings. Boom! Immediately, a black tiger formed by the condensation of dark Yin Qi appeared in midair. Its eyes were extremely ferocious, revealing a frightening cold light. Its sharp claws were ferocious, like a black tiger that had walked out of hell, symbolizing evil and ominous. The Black Tiger gang members did not show any mercy to Xia Ping. They immediately activated their killer move. The spiritual power of hundreds of Black Tiger gang members exploded. The black tiger roared into the sky. It pounced at Ling Xian at a speed 10 times faster than the speed of sound. At the same time, the malice chi caused the temperature in the hall to drop by tens of degrees. The ground seemed to have frozen. After all, this black tiger was strong and fast. The malice chi on its body was even more terrifying. Once it entered the body, it would freeze all the internal organs. You want to use the malice chi against me? This is so funny. Xia Ping did not even look at it. He punched and the sun essence in his body exploded from his dantian. A fist force that contained the essence of the sun blasted out instantly. It transformed into a golden crow of hell in the void. It flapped its wings and pounced toward the black tiger. Immediately, the black tiger let out a shrill roar. The golden crow of hell pounced on it and bit off its head, swallowing it whole. If that was all, it would have been fine. The black tiger condensed from baleful yin chi was immortal. As long as the hundreds of black tiger gang members didn't die, they could instantly condense another one. But at this moment, a terrifying sun essence flame burst out. It was as hot as the sun, emitting boundless radiance. When the baleful yin chi came into contact with it, it immediately melted like ice and snow, emitting sizzling sounds. After a few breaths, the baleful yin chi immediately melted and disappeared from this space. At the same time, the sun essence turned into tongues of fire that shot out in all directions, bombarding the black tiger gang members. Bang bang bang. In the next second, the members of the Black Tiger Gang who came into contact with the sun essence all let out miserable screams. Their bodies were surrounded by flames, as if they had turned into torches. The scorching flames burned their bodies. In the blink of an eye, 200 to 300 Black Tiger Gang members were burned alive. The originally complete Black Tiger Baleful Yin formation was now riddled with holes and completely collapsed, unable to reform again. The remaining members of the Black Tiger Gang also suffered the backlash from the destruction of the formation, and all of them were shaken to the point that their lungs were injured. Seeing this situation, their hearts turned cold. Although they had heard all sorts of legends about Xia Ping killing tens of thousands of people with a single roar, they had always felt that it might be an exaggeration. But now, he had killed hundreds of them with a single move, and it was as easy as blowing off dust. Against such a powerful enemy, how could they fight? There was no way to fight. Don't be arrogant, you little thief. Let me deal with you. That you dare to cause trouble while the gang leader isn't here? Don't think that the Black Tiger Gang has no one. Just then, dozens of people rushed out from the depths of the hall. All of them were Divine Realm cultivators, and a dozen of them were peak Divine Realm. These people were the true higher-ups of the Black Tiger Gang, the core of the core. At first, they had been staying in the back hall to cultivate in peace, but seeing a powerful enemy coming to their door and killing their subordinates without a chance to fight back, they could no longer sit still. Little thief, die. A bald man wielding a giant axe came swinging down. He was the vice gang leader of the Black Tiger Gang, a peak Divine Realm cultivator whose strength was second only to the gang leader, Lu Hu. When someone like this attacked, the aura of his axe was shocking. It was as if he was going to split the hall in half, and it felt like the world was shaking. Xia Ping rushed forward and simply punched, with the power to uproot mountains and rivers, the fist energy reaching the heavens. Immediately, the bald man's body and the giant axe were smashed into pieces, exploding in the air. Just like that, he was killed by a single punch. Oh my God! The faces of the Black Tiger Gang members turned green. When the vice gang leader appeared, they were more or less looking forward to it. After all, the deputy gang leader was a famous martial artist. Relying on a giant axe, he chopped from the south of the city to the north, killing people like scything flax. He was extremely vicious and evil. Even a cultivator with the same level of magical power had been chopped in half by his axe. But now, before the vice gang leader could show his power, he was killed by a single punch. Don't be afraid, everyone. Let's attack together. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. There's bound to be times when he's careless. That's right. 1 slash, and he'll be dead. He's definitely no match for us. This is the base of the Black Tiger Gang. Where else can he run to? We can't let him destroy our base. Let this guy see the bravery of the Black Tiger Gang. The elders of the Black Tiger Gang swarmed forward, calling out to their brothers. Against these people, Xia Ping was expressionless. He didn't use any martial arts at all, just a simple punch, a palm, and a kick. But with his dense mana, he was able to unleash terrifying power. With a slap, his chi condensed into a wall, and a dozen members of the Black Tiger gang were sent flying. Like swatting mosquitoes, they smashed into the wall and turned into meat paste. Boom! With a punch, the chi exploded, creating a series of explosions. This was the 100 Steps Godly Fist, and dozens of members of the Black Tiger gang were penetrated by the chi and shattered on the spot. Bang! With a kick, like a giant stepping on mountains and rivers, dozens of members of the Black Tiger gang were sent flying. They were sent flying out of the Black Tiger Mountain and smashed through 5 or 6 mountains before dying. When Xia Ping used a simple fist technique, it was like a giant using a divine ability. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The members of the Black Tiger gang were either killed, injured, or crippled. After a few minutes, the members of the Black Tiger gang in the main hall were all cleared. They were either killed or fell to the ground, unable to fight anymore, leaving behind a bunch of defeated soldiers. No, we can't stop him. This kid is too savage. Where's the leader? Why isn't the leader out? The leader died a long time ago. Don't you know? It's over. The Black Tiger gang is completely finished this time. Chapter 1339. Wait, Wu Wudi, what do you want? Stop immediately. This is the herb garden of Black Tiger Mountain. There are countless spirit herbs here. Do you know how much effort we put into it? No, don't pull out my blue lotus. This is the spirit herb for me to break through to the Theurgy realm. It'll mature soon. How can you be so cruel as to take it away? Animal, stop immediately. This is the spirit herb of Black Tiger Mountain. You can't take it away. My God, it's gone. Everything's gone. Not a single spirit herb is left. Decades of hard work of the Black Tiger gang is gone. I want to die. Animal, you're going to pull out even a blade of grass. Wu Wudi, are you still human? Do you have any humanity left? Do these bastards want our herb garden to be barren? The faces of the Black Tiger gang members turned green. They'd thought that Xia Ping would leave after teaching them a lesson. They hadn't expected these bastards to go straight into the herb garden. These guys were a bunch of bandits, the kind that plucked feathers from wild geese. Especially the group of children, they were like a group of little bandits, happily plucking spirit herbs, one after another, filling their little backpacks to the brim, but they were still not satisfied. They even had a spirit herb in their mouths. In the end, they didn't even let go of the weeds growing on the ground. They might have some spirit chi and might be useful, so they plucked them all. Now, not to mention the spirit herbs, even the plants were gone. Not even a blade of grass grew. It was a barren wasteland that had turned into a desert. Such a scene was simply like a locust invasion. Some of the Black Tiger gang members with weak hearts were so angry that they fainted and fell to the ground. Quick, stop them. These bastards are going to our treasury. Stop them. Some of the Black Tiger gang members' expressions changed. They'd seen Wu Wudi and the others rob the herb garden and then run to Black Tiger Mountain's treasury. That treasury was the wealth the Black Tiger gang had obtained through decades of plundering, extortion, and other evil deeds. They couldn't afford to lose it. The gang leader had to look at it several times a day to feel at ease. Only then would he be willing to sleep or cultivate. One could imagine how much the gang leader valued it. If such a treasure vault was seen by these bandits, one could imagine what would happen. Stop? How can we stop it? That's right. Just now, the deputy gang leader didn't even have the chance to show off before he was killed with a single punch. Even if we go up, I reckon we'll only be able to take a single breath. Even with so many people, we can't stop them. Even if we go up, we'll just be throwing our lives away. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's pack our luggage and split up later. Many members of the Black Tiger gang were in despair. In the battle just now, basically all the big shots of the Black Tiger gang had been taken care of and killed. They wanted to resist, but they didn't have the strength to. Not long after, Xia Ping and the others plundered the treasury and quickly came out from inside. Damn it, Why are you out so soon this time? Are you looking down on our treasures? Bullshit. These bandits even uprooted the grass. What is there that they look down on? God damn it, these bastards didn't leave anything behind. They even took away the wooden table in the treasury and a few light bulbs on the wall. Shameless to the extreme. Bastards, how is this stealing treasures? This is simply cleaning up. Everything was taken away. Are these bastards from the Tautai clan? Why didn't they let anything go? The group of members of the Black Tiger Gang were furious. They gritted their teeth as they watched Xia Ping and the others move the treasures out of the treasury in big and small bags as if it was their own home. Some people's eyes were wide open. Even the gang leader Lu, who couldn't bear to use these treasures. Now, all of them were taken away by these bastards. Not a single one was left. This was simply cutting off their flesh. However, they couldn't do anything to these bastards. They could only stare at them from the side. Don't mention how sullen this matter was. Thank you, brothers of the Black Tiger Gang, for the treasures. If there's a chance next time, I'll come again. Before leaving, Xia Ping greeted this group of people with a very warm attitude. What? The group of members of the Black Tiger Gang's faces immediately darkened. Thank my ass. Who needs you to thank me? These treasures weren't given at all. You shameless bastard took them away. However, when they heard the last sentence, their faces darkened even more than Master Bao's. If there's a chance next time, come again? Oh my god, this immoral bastard actually wants to come again next time. He's crazy about money. Does he already treat the Black Tiger Mountain as his own home? He can come and go as he pleases. Or does he treat the Black Tiger Mountain as his ATM? When he's short of money, he wants to ask the Black Tiger Mountain for money. What does he think the Black Tiger Gang is? Is it so easy to bully? They simply wanted to rush up and beat this bastard up. He actually dared to look down on the Black Tiger Gang. This is too much. However, after thinking about it, they still didn't dare to act. The other party's martial strength was too abnormal. If an ordinary gang member went up, they would probably die with one punch. In the end, the group of Black Tiger Gang members could only watch helplessly as Xia Ping and the others left. Not long after, in the real world, Lu, who also knew that his Black Tiger Mountain was invaded by Xia Ping. Because the deputy gang leader and the others were also killed by Xia Ping, they were forced out of the virtual network. They quickly reported this matter to Lu Hu. What did you say? Hearing the deputy gang leader and the others' words, Lu Hu's eyes widened and he said crazily, that bitch Wu Wudi actually killed his way up the Black Tiger Mountain and is wantonly plundering the Black Tiger Gang's treasures? How dare he do such a thing? Does he want to fight to the death with the Black Tiger Gang? He was simply furious. When he thought of the large number of treasures he placed on the Black Tiger Mountain, as well as the large number of spiritual herbs he planted in the herb garden, he went crazy. This was because these things were wealth that Lu Hu used the power of the Black Tiger Gang to finally cultivate for decades. It could be said to be decades of hard work. However, such painstaking efforts were all destroyed by Xia Ping. One could imagine the hatred in his heart right now. He even had the intention to kill someone. Boss, he's already fighting to the death with us. Ever since we brought people to exterminate him and wanted to kidnap him for ransom, the deputy gang leader and the others said helplessly. It was obvious that this Wu Wudi killed his way up the Black Tiger Mountain to take revenge on the Black Tiger Gang. He was very open and never hid his intentions. However, the other party's strength was too terrifying and they couldn't do anything to him. Wu Wudi, just you wait. This enmity is irreconcilable. I will definitely take revenge. Lu Hu gritted his teeth. His heart was bleeding. He thought of how all the treasures he had painstakingly accumulated were all gone. He didn't know how long it would take to make up for them. Chapter 1340. The next day, a mountain peak pierced the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a fairyland. On the peak of the mountain, there was a majestic palace. There was a plaque on the top of the palace, and on it, there were 3 golden words, Wolf Fong Gang. Inside, many Wolf Fong Gang members were chatting. That Wu Wudi is really cruel. Isn't that so? The gang leader and a small group of elites only managed to escape with their lives. The others are all inside. Fortunately, this is the virtual world. Otherwise, they would all be dead. That Wu Wuti is not just brutal. He's lawless. I heard that the Black Tiger Gang, the overlord of the Far East City, was flattened by him yesterday. All the treasures on the Black Tiger Mountain were plundered by him, and not even a blade of grass was left. No way. He actually flattened the Black Tiger Gang and took all the treasures on Black Tiger Mountain. He's so cruel. Didn't the Black Tiger Gang resist? They're gangsters after all. Don't they have any guts? Why didn't they resist? They risked their lives to resist, but they were all killed. I heard that the deputy gang leader took the lead, but he was killed with one punch. It was very tragic. Where's the gang leader? Where did he go? Isn't he going to come out and do justice? He died a long time ago. I heard that in the chaos, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Lu Hu, was hit by a stick and sent out with a brick. Even the treasures on his body were robbed clean. Misfortune never comes alone. Even without the gang leader, there are other elites. That kid doesn't have any helpers. Why didn't they find someone to kill him? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Don't those idiots from the Black Tiger Gang know this? They've already found someone to kill him, but what's the use? Previously, dozens of our gangs and 100,000 soldiers were chased like dogs by him. Some died, some fled. Do you think the Black Tiger Gang alone can stop this devil? Now I heard that the Black Tiger Gang is planning to disband. They're planning to pack their bags and disband. Fuck, he almost annihilated them. This Wu Wuti is really ruthless. Fortunately, the Wolf Fang Gang is not in Far East City. Otherwise, that demon might come to us. What do you mean? Are you looking down on the Wolf Fang Gang? So what if he's here? Do you think we're afraid of Wu Wuti? What a joke. That's right. With gang leader and the elders of the Wolf's Fang Gang here, even if that guy comes, he won't be able to walk away unscathed. Let's teach him a lesson. That's right. Our Wolf Fang Gang is not like the Black Tiger Gang. Do you think that just anyone would dare to cause trouble for us? The group of Wolf Fang Gang members discussed animatedly, and their words were filled with disdain towards Xia Ping. They felt that it was impossible for him to do so, and he did not have the guts to kill his way up to Wolf Fang Mountain. Dong dong dong. At this moment, someone knocked on the wooden door of the hall, one after another, rhythmically. The members of the Wolf Fang Gang were stunned and looked at each other. What's going on? Who's knocking? Could it be a guest? Nonsense. Our Wolf Fang Mountain is an important place for the Wolf Fang Gang. If there are guests, they must register in advance and make an appointment. Not everyone can come in. Could it be that the other brothers of our Wolf's Fang Gang have returned? I'm not sure. Let's go and take a look. A young man in black walked out and shouted at the door, "Who is it? What's the matter?" "Delivery." A voice rang out from outside. "Delivery? What the heck? There's delivery in the virtual world. Don't you know that you won't get hungry in the virtual world?" The group of people had a strange look on their faces. Delivery? Who ordered delivery? Could it be gang leader? However, the young man in black was also confused. In the real world, he often ate delivery and it had become a habit. Without suspecting anything, he opened the door subconsciously. It was too late for the others to stop the man in black. Immediately, a young man walked in, followed by a group of children and a few women. It was as if they were a big family, and they walked in majestically. Hey, what are you doing? This is an important place for the Wolf's Fang Gang. What are you doing here? Don't you have any privacy? Put down the delivery and scram. If you dare to take another step forward, believe it or not, the Wolf Fang Gang will kill you. The man in black instinctively sensed that something was wrong. He immediately stopped the young man and revealed a ferocious look. Wolf Fang Mountain was not a place that just anyone could enter, not even a delivery man. Kill me? Just you? The young man smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He looked very ferocious. When the group of Wolf Fang Gang members saw the young man's appearance, they all took a step back in fright. Their faces turned pale. Wu Wuti. Damn, Wu Wuti is here. He really came. Call the gang leader. Call the gang leader out immediately. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. This is bad, this is bad. The Wolf Fang gang members all shouted in panic. They were extremely terrified. They did not expect that Wu Wudi, who had caused trouble at Black Tiger Mountain the day before, would come to Wolf Fang Mountain the next day. Previously, it was the Black Tiger gang. Now it was the Wolf Fang gang. Was he going to challenge all the sects that were attacking him one by one? If it was true, then he was too arrogant and condescending. In an instant, someone immediately rang the alarm bell. The clanging sounds echoed throughout Wolf Fang Mountain. Swoosh, swoosh. Hearing this warning bell, countless higher-ups of Wolf Fang Mountain, including gang leader Gu Yong, quickly ran out from the depths of the main hall. Even some of the gang members who had just joined the Wolf Fang gang ran out. However, when they saw Xia Ping, all of their faces turned ashen. This was because they all knew that this demon had personally come to Wolf Fang Mountain. He was coming with a menacing aura. Things were not looking good. Gang leader Gu Yong put on a strong front. He looked down at Wu Wudi. Wu Wudi, what are you doing here at Wolf Fang Mountain? Do you know that there are tens of thousands of our brothers here? Just one spit from each of them can drown you. He wanted to gain the upper hand and scare Xia Ping. A life for a life. A debt must be paid. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back. I came to Wolf Fang Mountain for no other reason than to seek justice from all of you. Justice? What justice do you want? Previously, you killed thousands of our brothers. You've returned all the justice you want, Gu Yong shouted angrily, wanting to refute Xia Ping. They only have themselves to blame for their deaths. It's not justice. Xia Ping said lightly. Then what do you want? Gu Yong suppressed his anger. Xia Ping said, it's very simple. Hand over all the treasures of Wolf Fang Mountain. Leave none behind. He stated his conditions. Bullshit. Wu Wudi, don't go too far. You want to take all the treasures of Wolf Fang Mountain? You're delusional. Don't think that you're invincible. If we really fight to the death, we won't even know who will emerge victorious. You're too greedy. You don't know your place. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Chapter 1341. The members of the Wolf Fang gang, including Gu Yong, were furious at Xia Ping's words. Robbing someone of their wealth was akin to killing their parents. The Wolf Fang gang had painstakingly accumulated their wealth for decades. God knew how much effort they had put into managing the Wolf Fang Mountain. How could this be? Gu Yong and the rest knew that they could not hide this time. They had to fight. Everyone, set up the formation. Gu Yong shouted and gave the order. The members of the Wolf Fang gang moved immediately. They were well-trained and moved to their positions. In a few breaths, they had set up a huge formation. This was the Wolf Fang gang's famous Wolf Fang formation. Relying on this battle formation, they could display several times their combat strength, like a pack of wolves devouring a tiger, killing the enemy. Rumble. In an instant, the formation was activated. Strand after strand of magical power gathered and transformed into huge black wolves with sharp claws and sharp fangs. They looked extremely ferocious. Each of these black wolves was terrifying. They were like ferocious beasts. Not only did they have hard shells and impenetrable bodies, they also had terrifying claws that could tear enemies apart. There were tens of thousands of these black wolves. It was as if a wolf pack had appeared. Die Wu Wudi! Gu Yong roared. He stood in the middle of the formation and his magical power formed a wolf that was 10 times larger than the other wolves. There seemed to be a golden crown on its head. It seemed like this wolf was the king of the wolves that could rule over countless black wolves. If there was a king among the wolves, they would not fear death. They could even command the wolves to unleash even greater power to tear their enemies apart. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These giant black wolves pounced at Xia Ping without any regard for the cost. They clawed at him, containing the sharp chi of Gengjin. Even if it were a cultivator of the divine ability realm, they would be pierced by this claw and be severely injured on the spot. The scene of tens of thousands of black wolves attacking was extremely shocking. It was like an army advancing. A single person's power was extremely insignificant in front of an army. Rock steps. Xia Ping's body flashed and transformed into a rock. As if he had shrunk the ground, he instantly left his original spot and dodged the attacks of hundreds of black wolves. In an instant, he entered the center of the formation. Oh no, this bastard wants to fight the leader. Stop him. Stop this kid immediately. Surround him. Surround him and kill him. Don't let him escape. Many of the Wolf Fang gang members shouted angrily. They spread out and attacked from all directions. Want to kill me? Dream on. Gu Yong sneered and looked at Xia Ping disdainfully. He was the core of the wolf teeth-shattering formation. If the core of the formation was destroyed, the formation would naturally collapse by itself. But knowing this, how could he not be on guard? First of all, he arranged dozens of guards around him to prevent the enemy from carrying out the decapitation tactic. Of course, more importantly, Gu Yong, was extremely powerful. Even if he didn't have any guards around him, as a cultivator at the peak of divine tier, there weren't many who could kill him in a formation in a low-grade city. If Wu Wuti dared to do this, he would be courting death. It was suicide. Damn it, not good. Just as Gu Yong was feeling complacent, he suddenly realized that Wu Wuti was extremely ferocious. It was like the ancient General Lu Bu had come back to life. He attacked alone, his fists like spears, piercing through the void. With just one punch, the dozens of Wolf Fang gang guards in front of him were immediately pierced like barbecued meat. A bloody hole appeared in their chests, and they disappeared from the virtual space just like that. What kind of fist technique is this? Gu Yong resisted with all his might, but he realized that Xia Ping's fist seemed to contain a vortex. It was like a black hole that devoured all power. The power of the divine tier power that he used was completely devoured, leaving nothing behind. Boom. In the next second, the fist landed on his body. A terrifying magical power erupted like the sea, concentrated at one point, and contained terrifying destructive power. I'm dead. Gu Yong's eyes widened. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was already a bloody hole the size of a fist, and blood was dripping down. He was stunned, as if he couldn't believe that he was killed with just one punch. Even with the many guards around him, they couldn't withstand the power of the fist. With a thud, Gu Yong fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Oh no, the gang leader was killed with one punch. Damn it, did those guards grow up eating shit? Why didn't they stop this guy? They did, but they were also killed with one punch. They couldn't block it at all. Devil, this guy is a devil. We are no match for a devil like him. Many of the Wolf Fang gang members screamed in fear. With Gu Yong's death, the Wolf Fang army breaking formation immediately collapsed. A terrifying wave of primordial qi exploded from the center, as if it was creating a spiritual qi tide. One by one, the Wolf Fang gang members let out a blood-curdling scream. The spiritual qi wave was like the waves of the sea, constantly attacking and slapping on their bodies, shaking their lungs. Obviously, because the formation was broken, they also suffered from the backlash. Some of the weaker Wolf Fang gang members were immediately killed, turning into a pile of meat paste. Even if the remaining ones didn't die, they had lost most of their strength and could no longer fight. Go in and search for treasures in Wolf Fang Mountain. Xia Ping said to Yijia and the other children. He didn't care about the half-dead Wolf Fang gang members. After this battle, they could no longer pose any threat to him. It was best if they didn't do anything. If they dared to resist, he didn't mind sending them to the Western Paradise to meet Buddha. But Yijia and the other children shouted excitedly. They were the best at plundering other people's treasures. They immediately rushed into the Wolf Fang gang's treasure vault. Not long after, they came out with big and small bags. Obviously, they had emptied the treasure vault. They didn't even let go of the herb garden. Every spiritual medicine was taken away. Let's go. Xia Ping was very satisfied. After looting all the treasures in Wolf Fang Mountain, he left with Yijia and the rest. It's over, it's completely over. The treasure vault is empty. It's cleaner than your face. Damn, the herb garden was also robbed. Not a single spiritual medicine was left for us. Even the grass was taken away. They are worse than beasts. Who is the robber here? Wu Wudi, this is an irreconcilable enmity. In the future, the Wolf Fong gang will not rest until one of us is dead. Many of the Wolf Fong gang members gritted their teeth. They were filled with grief and indignation. They looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. It seemed that they had completely borne a grudge against Xia Ping. Chapter 1342. The next day, the Major Bear Gang was located on a towering mountain known as the Bear Ridge. Giant bears grew everywhere. The members of the Ursa Major Gang were all tall and strong, like giant bears, possessing immense strength. In terms of individual strength, the Major Bear Gang could be said to be one of the best among all the other gangs. But at this moment, the Major Bear Gang was in a gloomy mood, and faint voices could be heard. The Black Tiger Gang and the Wolf Fong Gang were defeated by Wu Wudi. It's not just those two gangs. After that lad challenged the Wolf Fong Gang, he also destroyed 2 or 3 small gangs near the Wolf Fong Mountain. They couldn't even escape. It was said that the scene was too horrible to look at. Damn it, so many gangs were defeated by him, and he doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Stop? He said he would visit them one by one and kill them all. What kind of joke is that? Does he want to challenge the Major Bear Gang? If he dares to come, the Major Bear Gang will fight it out with him. Fight it out? How can we fight it out? The Wolf Fong Gang and the Black Tiger Gang were about as strong as us, but they were both destroyed. Even the gang leader was killed with one punch. In the end, he didn't even hurt the kid. Damn it, this kid is a monster. Where did he come from? It doesn't matter where he came from. Let's just run, or we'll definitely be killed by him. Where can we run to? This is the Bear Ridge, the territory of the Major Bear Gang. If we run, do we still want the Spirit Mountain and the Spirit Medicine? Do we want to give it to someone else? This is too frustrating. Since when has the Major Bear Gang been forced to this extent? That bastard is so arrogant. He'll definitely incur the wrath of the masses. I believe that soon, there will be people who will follow him, and he'll definitely be trampled to death. Bullshit, distant water can't put out a nearby fire. By the time they come, we'll already be dead. Many of the Major Bear Gang members gritted their teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. After all, they were a local tyrant with over 10,000 members. Now, they were actually scared to this extent by a single person. How could they endure this? But it couldn't be helped. Wu Wudi's battle record was too shocking. The members of the Big Bear Gang, who had experienced that battle, were even more traumatized by Xia Ping. They had the urge to run away the moment they heard his name. The leader of the Ursa Major Gang, Yu Tao's expression was extremely ugly. As the leader, he should say something to raise the morale of the gang. But in the last battle, when 100,000 people besieged Xia Ping, he was only able to come back alive after narrowly escaping death. If he wanted to deal with such a monster, he really didn't have the strength. To be honest, he wanted to pack up and run away. If he wasn't the leader of the Ursa Major Gang, he would have set an example and not run away. Perhaps the first person to run away would be him. The threat of the other party was just that terrifying. At that moment, a few members of the Big Bear Gang rushed in and let out heart-wrenching screams. Gang leader, bad news. That traitor Wu Wudi has brought a girl to kill us. What? Everyone's expression changed. They were just talking about Wu Wudi. They didn't expect him to kill them now. He didn't even plan on giving them any time to breathe. And not only did he kill them, he even brought a girl. He was looking down on them. What did he take the Ursa Major Gang for? Was it a couple hotel for them? Bang! More than 10 figures flew in together with the wooden door outside. They crashed onto the ground and screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Then, Xia Ping appeared in front of everyone. It's Wu Wudi. Fuck, this demon really came. Let's run. Run my ass. This is our base. Where else can we run to? No, let's fight him to the death and show the bravery of the Ursa Major Gang. Old thief Wu, go and die. Many of the Ursa Major Gang members shouted angrily. They were all forced into a desperate situation. One by one, they attacked. There were hundreds and thousands of strong men. Their aura was astonishing, like an army. The leader of the Ursa Major gang, Yu Tao, also took the lead. A bunch of idiots. Xia Ping clenched his fists, his expression ferocious. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, a shark in the sea. Everywhere he went, no one was a match. Spare me, spare me. I'm innocent, I'm innocent. I'm just a rookie who just joined the Ursa Major gang. I don't know anything. Big brother, I'm not the one chasing you. It's not me. Spare my life. Don't be afraid of him. We have more people. Elder, it's useless to have more people. They're all going to die. Everyone, don't be reckless. Be more wretched and look for an opportunity. How can I be wretched? One punch and I'll be killed. I can't be wretched. Many people cried and begged for mercy. But no matter what they did, they were no match for him. Half an hour later, these people were all lying on the ground, screaming in agony. Their cries were too horrible to look at. Even sect leader Yu Tao was killed in the first instant. Anyone who resisted was killed on the spot by Xia Ping. He didn't say anything. It could be said that those who were still alive were afraid of death. Everyone looked at Xia Ping in fear. They didn't dare to act rashly. After a while, Xia Ping led Yi Jiajia and the others to take away all the treasures of the Ursa Major gang. They plundered everything, not leaving a single treasure for them. It's over. Our Ursa Major gang is finished. Decades of accumulation, and now it's all for naught, all for naught. We worked so hard for so long just to work for Wu Wudi. That goddamn Wu Wudi, I'm not done with him. This bastard doesn't just want money. He wants life too. Sooner or later, he'll be struck by lightning. Old thief Wu, if you don't have eyes when you give birth in the future, you won't have a good ending. The group cursed fiercely. Not only did they lose a lot of money, but they were also beaten up badly. Their bodies and minds were humiliated by this shameless person. One could imagine how angry they were now. But even so, there was nothing they could do. They could only curse silently and hope that this kid would be unlucky and meet someone that this bastard couldn't afford to offend. Hurry up and inform the other gangs about this. Tell them to pack up and run. Don't let them all die, shouted a senior member of the Ursa Major gang. It's too late. The Wild Lion gang is nearby. A member of the Ursa Major gang cried. What? The expressions of the Ursa Major gang members changed. The Wild Lion gang was too close to their Ursa Major gang. They were practically neighbors. Even if they wanted to warn them now, it was too late. Looks like the Wild Lion gang is finished. Many of the Ursa Major gang members sighed. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before a group of fellow sufferers appeared. Chapter 1343. By now, the news of the Ursa Mafia's destruction had reached the Wild Lion gang. Because the Wild Lion gang and the Ursa Mafia were so close, no matter what happened to the Ursa Mafia, it was difficult to hide it from the neighboring Wild Lion gang. Quick run. Pack your things. Wu Wudi is already here. What? Didn't he destroy the Wolf Fong gang and a few other gangs yesterday? He doesn't need to rest at all. Rest my ass. He's so fierce. The Ursa Mafia is howling in pain right now. They've already been trampled to the ground by this fiend. Even the gang leader was killed on the spot. He's merciless. No way. We're so close to the Ursa Mafia, and we're one of the gangs that went against Wu Wudi. Will he attack us? We're not in big trouble, are we? What's there to ask? He just destroyed the Ursa Mafia and is on his way here. He'll be here soon. Pack your things and run. Don't leave a single hair for that bastard. Many of the Wild Lion gang members were terrified. They'd already been frightened by Xia Ping's brutality. Although they were part of the Wild Lion gang, they didn't have the slightest bit of courage. They were like mice being targeted by a cat. Their only plan now was to escape. They couldn't win in a direct confrontation. Boom. At that moment, a loud sound came from the palace gates, causing the entire palace to shake. It's over, we can't escape. The leader of the Wild Lion gang, Tang Zhen, and the other elders all had looks of despair on their faces. They sensed a powerful aura approaching them, and there was no doubt that this powerful enemy was Wu Wudi. Since Wu Wudi had come to the Wild Lion Gang, how could he let them escape? As expected, half an hour later, the Wild Lion Gang was also reduced to rubble. All the treasures inside were swept clean by Xia Ping and the others. Several hours later, Xia Ping led Jiang Yaru and the others to slaughter their way into the Giant Elephant Gang. But as soon as he arrived at the Giant Elephant Gang, he saw Zhang Hao, as well as many of the Giant Elephant Gang's higher-ups, obediently waiting outside. They were all waving white flags to express their surrender. Jiang Yaru and the others were stunned for a moment. They had swept through all the gangs along the way, but this was the first time they had seen a gang surrender. Surrender? Xia Ping raised his brows and looked at the Elephant Gang members. That's right, all of us surrender. Our Giant Elephant Gang is also willing to hand over all our treasures to Lord Wu. Zhang Hao and the others had flattering expressions on their faces, expressing that they were willing to give away all of their treasures and would not put up any resistance. The other members of the Giant Elephant Gang also nodded in agreement. Surrender? Why surrender? I haven't had enough yet. Yi Jiajia clenched her tender fists. She was obviously very satisfied. Her violent nature was awakening in her body. She felt that she had fallen in love with the feeling of beating people up. That's right, that's right. Aren't you adults too cowardly? Why didn't you resist before surrendering? Are you still men? I look down on you. A fatty said in disdain. If you have the guts, then fight 300 rounds with us and see who will emerge victorious. I don't agree to surrender before we even fight. A young boy was very angry. His nostrils were emitting flames, and there were faint signs of the Samadhi true fire appearing. Fuck, a bunch of little demons. They didn't even allow them to surrender. They clearly wanted to torture them. Hearing these words, the Giant Elephant Gang members were incomparably terrified. Clearly, these demons weren't satisfied with flattening their gang. They had already begun to pursue torturing their enemies. If they were to fall into the hands of these perverted demons, they would lose their lives. It was possible that they would be better off dead than alive. If it was just an ordinary death, they might be able to log back online in 2 or 3 months. But if they were tortured in the virtual world, the damage to their souls would be even more severe. It was possible that they wouldn't be able to log back online for a year. Moreover, for cultivators who were on the verge of breaking through, this was a fatal blow. If their souls were damaged, they might lose the opportunity to break through and be trapped in this realm for the rest of their lives. Sirs, please spare our little lives. That's right. We are willing to give up everything we have. If you still want to kill us, we'll close our eyes and wait for death. We'll stretch out our necks and wait for death. We definitely won't run. The Giant Elephant Gang members closed their eyes, looking like they were ready to die a martyr's death. In truth, their intestines were green with regret. If they had the chance, they would rather abandon the Giant Elephant Gang's businesses and flee. But Xia Ping and the others had come too quickly. They were still in a meeting to discuss what to do when Xia Ping charged up. In the end, they had no choice. When this demon Wu Wudi appeared, they lost all their courage. All of them were so scared that their bones went soft. They immediately voted to surrender. What? Yi Jiajia and the other children bared their teeth. When had they ever seen such a scene? Closing their eyes and waiting for death, not even resisting? Facing such an enemy, how could they bear to attack? Forget it. Since you've surrendered, I'll accept your surrender. It saves me a lot of effort. Xia Ping didn't care at all. He said to the Giant Elephant Gang members, now, bring out all the treasures in the gang. I'll be waiting for you in the main hall. He was calm and composed. Bring them out. The members of the Giant Elephant Gang were infuriated. They had surrendered and handed over all their treasures. That was already a great humiliation, but this bastard wasn't satisfied. He wanted them to personally hand over their treasures to this shameless bastard. This was no different from personally giving his own wife to another man to fuck. Just how much did this demon want to bully them before he would let it go? What? You're not satisfied? Do you want to die? Xia Ping glanced at them. No, 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 we're very satisfied. We'll bring the treasures to you now. The giant elephant gang's leader, Zhang Hao, was immediately frightened by Wu Wudi's glare. An hour later, the giant elephant gang members were sweating profusely. They took out all the treasures in the gang, piling them up on the ground. It was a dazzling lineup of treasures. Seeing these treasures about to disappear from their hands, Zhang Hao and the others felt like their hearts were being cut by a knife. It was like their flesh was being cut off piece by this despicable Wu Wudi. Thank you for taking care of them all this time. I'll be taking these treasures with me. Xia Ping waved his hand and immediately stored the treasures in his virtual storage space. He patted his butt and left the giant elephant gang in a carefree manner. Taking care of them? Zhang Hao and the others were so angry that smoke was coming out of their noses. They had worked so hard to gather treasures just to help him take care of them? What kind of joke was that? Who did he think they were? Warehouse managers? But seeing Xia Ping and the others leave unscathed, their losses were relatively small compared to the Wolf Fang gang and the Black Tiger gang. At the very least, they didn't die at the hands of this savage demon. When the news of the giant elephant gang's surrender spread, it immediately shocked the surrounding hundreds of cities. Xia Ping led a group of children on a raid, spending more than 10 days to flatten hundreds of large gangs. These gangs either surrendered or were destroyed. Chapter 1344. At that moment, the soaring cloud sect ruled over the 5 major star fields. The people near Far East City, in particular, began to talk about Wu Wudi. After all, whether it was the Saint-grade forging art or the fact that he had flattened hundreds of gangs, it was extremely sensational. Something big has happened. Wu Wudi is causing trouble again. What's going on? Is that swindler Wu Wudi starting to kill for money again? Do you know about the distant fire forging technique? It's the sacred forging technique that has caused a lot of commotion recently. Of course, this matter has attracted the attention of countless forces. If it weren't for the fact that I'm too far away and that I don't think I'm strong enough, I would have personally taken it. What's wrong? Is Wu Wudi related to this? Of course he's related. Wu Wudi got the distant fire forging technique. Really? So many people are fighting for it, but they can't even beat a swindler. This is too much of a joke. Many people were shocked. They did not expect that the sacred forging technique that so many forces were fighting for would be obtained by a swindler. It was true that Wu Wudi was very famous before, but that was only in the world of swindlers. It did not mean that Wu Wudi was very capable. Sometimes, strength and fame did not equal each other. In fact, some people were very disdainful of Wu Wudi. No matter how smart or rich he was just a trash warrior. The universe still valued one's own strength. If one was not strong enough, one could be killed with a slap from an expert. One would not have a chance to resort to swindling. However, such a weakling, a swindler who only knew how to hide, had actually managed to get the distant fire forging technique from so many people. This shocked many people. This is not a joke. He didn't use any tricks either. He relied purely on strength to defeat 100,000 people alone and forcefully kill his way out to get the distant fire forging technique. Someone sighed. Impossible. Someone did not believe it at all. That guy is at most a cultivator at the peak of theurgy in a low-grade city, but there are a lot of cultivators at the peak of theurgy in low-grade cities. This kid defeated 100,000 people alone? That's crazy. I've never heard of it. He did not believe these words at all. In fact, he was not the only one. Most of the people who heard these words were skeptical, thinking that it was a rumor that came from nowhere. It's true. I'm not lying. Too many people saw this. They can all testify. That's right. I was there. Back then Wu Wudi was brutal. He was like an unparalleled demon. We were like ants in front of him. He could kill us with a single slap. At that time, there were hundreds of gangs, including the Black Tiger Gang, the Wolf Fang Gang, the Mammoth Gang, and other famous gangs. They were all famous forces in the low-level cities and had countless subordinates, but they were all destroyed by Wu Wudi. If that's all there is to it, it wouldn't be a big deal. but that Wu Wuti is so arrogant that he didn't even return to the safe zone. Instead, he brought a group of children and a few girls to the gang's headquarters. He's going to flatten them. Many people came forward to testify that this matter was true. They were all involved, and they had seen Wu Wuti's rage with their own eyes. It had left a psychological scar on them. Are you kidding me? It's just one person. Even if he had a few girls and a group of kids, such a faction wants to flatten them. Do they think the gangs are pushovers? Do they not know how to kill people? Some people were dumbfounded. Of course the gangs are not pushovers, but Wu Wuti is a demon, a monster. How can we judge him with common sense? Someone sneered. The Wolf Fang Gang, the Black Tiger Gang, the Big Bear Gang, and the other gangs didn't believe it and wanted to resist. In the end, they were destroyed by Wu Wuti. Most of the gang was killed, and the gang leader was killed on the spot with a punch. Fortunately, this is the virtual world. Otherwise, it would have been a massacre. Even so, the treasures they painstakingly obtained from the Spirit Mountains were all snatched away by Wu Wuti. I heard that not even a blade of grass was left. It was like a hurricane sweeping through. He was very emotional. After all, the Wolf Fang Gang and the other gangs were famous in the low-level cities. They were the kind that people would tremble in fear at the mention of their name. Now they were so miserable. They were directly flattened by someone without the ability to fight back. That's right. In just 10 to 20 days, 108 gangs have been flattened by Wu Wuti. Any gang that heard the news of Wu Wuti's arrival was so scared that they packed up and fled. They didn't even dare to stop. He's so fierce. Oh my God, I thought he was just a liar. I didn't expect him to have such combat power. He dares to call himself Wu Wuti. How can he not have some skills? Some people speculate that he might be a direct descendant of some ancient family. He has an amazing inheritance, or maybe he has cultivated some kind of treasure body. Some kind of treasure body? Yes, someone once saw Wu Wuti control the trees within a radius of hundreds of miles on the battlefield, as if he was the ruler of wood. Some mighty figures guessed that this might be the legendary Azure the Archbody that has been lost for a long time. Azure the Archbody? Oh my God, isn't that one of the strongest bodies in the universe? No wonder it's so terrifying. It's said that once he successfully cultivates it, he will be the master of all wood and have the ability to control all plants in the world. How can he be called one of the strongest treasure bodies if that's all he has? Commanding plants is only one of the abilities. Cultivating this body will increase the magic power in one's body by tens of times that of an ordinary person. Moreover, one will have endless magic power, extremely strong recovery ability, extremely strong vitality, and lifespan will also be several times that of cultivators of the same level. Damn, he's so abnormal. How can we fight him? That's why I said that Wu Wuti is a monster. It's impossible to gang up on him. You'll die before Wu Wuti's dermic powers are exhausted. His dermic powers are also dozens of times faster than ordinary cultivators. He's practically immortal. That's right. The Azure the Archbody also has the nickname of Immortal. It's full of vitality. If you don't have the power to kill your opponent instantly, what awaits you is an endless nightmare. Everyone discussed and sighed. Many people were also shocked. They didn't expect Wu Wuti to have such a great background. He was a direct descendant of some ancient family and had condensed the Azure the Archbody. No wonder he was so arrogant and called himself Wu Wuti. Without a doubt, cultivating such a body was equivalent to becoming a sage. The people of Far East City also knew about this. That bastard Wu Wuti. He's clearly a descendant of a large family, but he's still lying. He's shameless. That's right. To an ancient family, $1 billion universe dollars is nothing. It's just a drop in the bucket. How could he think so highly of it? Maybe this bastard has a bad taste. I've also heard that many direct descendants of ancient families have all kinds of strange hobbies. Some like to steal, some like to cut people down when they're bored, some like to strip naked to show off their muscles, and some like to flirt everywhere. This bastard Wu Wuti probably likes to lie. Damn, there's only one word to describe this kind of person. Despicable. This kind of bastard will be struck by lightning sooner or later. Just wait. Chapter 1345. Many large families in the 5 major galaxies had also heard of the news and the appearance of the Azure the Archbody. Even for large families, the Azure the Archbody was a rather terrifying constitution. It was the potential of becoming a sage. Of course, for some families, the involvement of Yi Jiejia and the others in this matter made them even more furious. Bastard, why are these brats with that liar Wu Wuti again? They're actually gathering people to cause trouble. How can they be bandits and join forces with others to destroy a stronghold? What a scandal! Do they know how much trouble they've gotten themselves into? An elder was so angry that his beard curled up. Previously, I saw that they were very obedient, cultivating hard and attending classes seriously. I thought that they had changed. I taught them well and I was more or less gratified. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in the blink of an eye. An elder lamented and sighed. He felt that he had not taught them well. One moment of carelessness had caused this group of kids to cause trouble. It was really impossible to guard against it. How dare they? These kids get into trouble every day without a beating. When they come back, I'll definitely teach them a good lesson. Damn it, didn't they say that they were studying seriously? Why did they go into the virtual network again? Now that it's summer break, they're causing trouble everywhere. How can we not worry? It must be Wu Wuti's instigation. They've all been led astray by that hateful liar. What does that bastard want to do? Does he want us descendants to be his lackeys? In his dreams. Even if he's from an ancient family, he's not qualified to have our descendants be his lackeys. He's blinded by lard. If we catch that Wu Wuti, we'll first capture him and beat him up. Who cares what family he's from? A group of old men gritted their teeth. They blamed Xia Ping for their obedient grandchildren's behavior. If it weren't for that bastard, their grandchildren would have been so cute, smart, and well-behaved. But once this guy appeared, he'd led their grandchildren astray and turned them all into little bandits. Master, many people have already complained about our family, saying that our children have stolen many of their things. They're asking for compensation, someone reported. The Wolf Fang Gang, the Black Tiger Gang, the Big Bear Gang, and the other gangs were all closely related to the major families of the 5 galaxies. They were actually the pawns of the major families. Most of the profits of these gangs were taken away by the big families. Now that such a thing had happened, some families knew the identity of the group of children and wanted to seek compensation from the Yi family and the other families. Compensate my ass. Wu Wuti was the one who did this. If you have the guts, go and ask him for compensation. It has nothing to do with me. My grandson was forced to go in there. Many old men were furious when they heard this. That person had a strange expression on his face. Elder, but according to our intelligence, the young master and the little princesses seemed to have contributed quite a bit as well. They were the ones who were the most active in transporting the treasures and raiding the houses. This is especially true when it comes to snatching spiritual herbs. He would grab them one after another, and even hold one in his mouth. Many people have given them the nickname Little Devil. Many of the old men's faces turned green. It seemed that this group of little bastards had caused quite a bit of trouble this time. At this moment, in a certain house in Far East City, Xia Ping, Jiang Yaru, Chu Rong, Yu Qiqi, Su Ji Yijiajia, and the other brats were also here. Right now, they had attacked 108 gangs and were holding a meeting to divide the spoils. He handed it over to Corinne to count. He discovered that this time, he had robbed too many treasures. A large number of spiritual herbs, artifacts, secret manuals, and so on. If he sold them, he would be able to get at least 10 billion universe dollars. That was a huge sum of money. Yes, this time we had a great harvest. Through fighting against crime, robbing the rich to help the poor, and other righteous actions, we raked in a large amount of ill-gotten wealth. This has my credit, and also everyone's credit. Xia Ping coughed and gave an impassioned speech. He looked at Yi Jiejia and the other children. Originally, you should have been able to get more, but seeing that you are still young, if we give you too much at once, you will spend money recklessly, which will have a bad effect on your future. You will develop the habit of spending money extravagantly and become the kind of rice worms who only know how to eat, drink, and be merry. So this time, we won't give you too much. Then how much can we get? Yi Jiajia asked excitedly. 10 million universe dollars per person. Xia Ping stretched out a finger. There were 30 children present, and each of them got 10 million. That was 300 million, which was just a drop in the ocean compared to 10 billion. Wow, 10 million universe dollars, how much is that? How many zeros? I can't even count them. A little lowly excitedly counted her fingers, but after counting a few fingers, she couldn't even count them. She was a little confused. Great, 10 million universe dollars, that's more than my New Year's money. How many toys can I buy with this? This time I want to buy 3. 1 to throw away, 1 to collect, and 1 to show off. I want to treat the little flower from the next class to a movie and dinner, the kind that will book the whole place. Humph, this time, let's see if Mom and Dad still dare to call me a prodigal daughter. Now I can also earn money. After going back, I want to eat ice cream until I'm full. What are you going to do with ice cream? I want to ask college students to help me with my summer homework. 1 for each of us. That's good, that's good. You're really too smart. This way, I don't need to do my summer homework. The group of children were extremely excited. Even though they came from big families, they were still young, and it was impossible for them to have too much financial power. 10 million was a huge sum of money to them. What about ours? Yu Qiqi blinked her eyes and looked at Xia Ping expectantly. Yours? 10 million for one night. Xia Ping sized up Yu Qiqi's figure and said with a smile. Pooey pervert. Yu Qiqi was so angry that she bit down, but Xia Ping's body was too hard, and she couldn't bite through it. This made her even angrier. However, after some consideration, Xia Ping still gave Yu Qiqi, Su Ji, Chu Rong, and Jiang Yaru 50 million universe dollars each. After all, they would need to go to Qiankuan sect in the future, and it wouldn't do if they didn't have money on them. They needed a certain amount of starting capital. Moreover, this bit of money was nothing to him, just a drop in the ocean. After dividing the spoils, Xia Ping bid farewell to Yi Jiajia and the rest. Of course, before he left, he also returned all the money he had borrowed from them, which could be considered as clearing his debt. Goodbye, big brother. I'll miss you. Let's do this again in the future. Just you wait, we'll definitely become stronger. Yi Jiajia and the rest also bid farewell to Xia Ping. After staying in the virtual world for so long, they were feeling a little tired. After saying their goodbyes one by one, they immediately logged off to rest. However, they didn't expect that right after logging off, they wouldn't be happy for long. Chapter 1346. A few hours later, Yi Jiajia and the others were taught a harsh lesson by their families. They were ordered to stay at home obediently and were not allowed to use the virtual equipment to enter the virtual network again. However, these big family elders were not happy at all. All of them were gloomy. It's over, it's all over. My grandson is too mischievous. I can't even discipline him now. When I first beat him up, he actually said that life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. He even talked back to me. A white-haired old man gritted his teeth. My child is the same. When I beat him up, he should be jumping around in fear, but now he's not jumping. He's standing on the spot, shouting that if you make a mistake, you should admit it and stand up for it. It really pisses me off. Of all times to have a backbone, he just had to have it now. The other black-robed old man was also infuriated. You guys are lucky. My child was already shouting that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll be courteous. If people offend me again, I'll return the favor. If people offend me again, I'll kill them all. It's as if hitting him will make me irreconcilable. He's itching for a beating. I was so angry that I beat him up again. A bald old man was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils. He felt that his family was unfortunate. Sigh, it's fine if that's the case. My granddaughter is still shouting that she wants to be the king of mountain bandits in the future and rob the rich to help the poor, an old woman said helplessly. Oh my God, my son said something similar. In the future, when he marries a wife, he won't chase after her. He'll snatch her. An old man in white gritted his teeth. He did not know what to say. He was speechless. It's all the same. Where did they learn these words from? All of them are starting to be disobedient. It must be that bitch Wu Woody. If it wasn't for this bastard's malicious instigation, why would our cute grandchildren become like this? It's all that bastard's fault. Damn that Wu Woody. He's misleading the children. He better not let me find out his true identity. Otherwise, no matter where he is in the universe, I'll capture this bastard. Many of the elders gritted their teeth. They were completely furious. This bastard clearly knew that this group of children were still young and didn't understand anything, yet he still instilled so many twisted theories into them. This was clearly trying to poison the future flowers of their family. His intentions were worthy of death. Without a doubt, it was all the fault of that liar, Wu Woody, that his obedient grandson had become like this. It was definitely that bastard's instigation. But that kid is like a loach hiding his true appearance. It's very difficult to find him. Indeed, the universe is too big. Trying to find a person with little information is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't worry. This kid has cultivated the azure the archbody and has the potential to become a saint. People like him will never be content with being alone. There will come a time when he will cause trouble in the real world. Indeed, it's impossible for him to stay in the virtual network forever. He will definitely appear in the various great universe secret realms. Once I see someone using the azure the archbody, there's no doubt that it's Wu Woody. This kind of talent is rare. If we see one, we'll just capture one. They immediately gave the order to use their family's power to drag Wu Woody out. They believed that with their influence, as long as there was any news about that kid, he would definitely not be able to escape their investigation. At the same time in the Yi family, Yi Mengyao was also furious with her sister, Yi Jiajia. She had asked her sister not to continue staying with that liar, Wu Woody, lest she be negatively affected. However, she never expected that her sister, who had always been obedient and clever, would actually reject her. She even said that she was a bad sister and did not want to play with her anymore. She immediately locked her in her room. Damn Wu Woody, it's all this bastard's fault. Yi Mengyao gritted her teeth. She had always had a good relationship with her sister, and they had never quarreled. This was the first time her sister had quarreled like this since she was born. Without a doubt, this Wu Woody was trying to drive a wedge between them. He was a demon. He actually cultivated the azure the archbody? That's good, that's really good. This way, you definitely won't be able to escape. Yi Mengyao clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes revealing a murderous look. If that Wu Woody was just an ordinary person without any talent, then in the vast universe, with billions of planets and countless humans, it would be too difficult to find someone who deliberately hid himself. Even a saint might not be able to find him. However, if the other party had special characteristics, then it would be much easier to find him. In particular, the azure the archbody was one of the strongest physiques in the universe. It was rare in the world, and there were not many who had it. It was too easy to find such obvious characteristics. It could be said that once news of the azure the archbody appeared somewhere, then Wu Woody would definitely be there. There was no doubt. This was much better than searching around aimlessly. But since he is a genius who can condense the azure the archbody, why did he destroy his own cultivation to enter the novice village? Isn't that stupid? Yi Mengyao suddenly thought of some doubts. No, he might not have destroyed his own cultivation. Perhaps he sealed his own cultivation to enter the novice village, just like I did back then. But why did he enter this novice village? Does he want to do something bad to my Yi family? Does he want to harm Yi Jiajia? What is his purpose? The more she thought about it, the more she felt endless doubts. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand it. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. When I catch this bitch and torture her, I will find out. Yi Mengyao was full of murderous intent. At this moment, Xia Ping had returned to the real world and was sitting in the quiet room of the villa on the giant island. Rumble, He was devouring a large number of elixirs obtained from the virtual world. Majestic spiritual energy poured into his body from the void. His body was like a furnace, quickly refining the elixirs. In the depths of the purple mansion space, the sea churned. The sea water formed by magic power was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a crashing sound, the sea area also expanded a little. After this battle, Xia Ping's understanding of the treasure refining realm became deeper. At the same time, he devoured a large number of elixirs, which also made his cultivation greatly improved. His magic power cultivation suddenly rose to the peak of the early treasure refining realm. Xia Ping sensed that he seemed to have touched a bottleneck. As long as he broke through, he would be able to advance to the middle stage of the treasure refining realm. At this time, the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host, this time you have attracted a large number of hatred points, a total of 1.3 billion hatred points. I hope you will continue to work hard." Chapter 1347. Distant Fire Forging Art. I wonder what kind of forging art it is. Ignoring the system, Xia Ping took out a jade slip, which he had obtained from the virtual world. It recorded the distant fire forging art. Countless people had fought over it, and it was extremely precious. In order to fight for this secret technique, countless people had died. It would not be an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river. Of course, even without his appearance, there would still be a bloodbath in the virtual world. After all, the distant fire forging art was too precious. No one would let it fall into the hands of others. Distant fire forging art? How mysterious! Xia Ping held the jade slip tightly and probed it with his divine sense. Immediately, a majestic wave of information surged in. He immediately sensed that a refining room had appeared in the depths of his sea of consciousness. A red-haired old man appeared in it. He was covered in muscles, and a flame appeared in his hand. It was the distant fire. Under the red-haired old man's control, the heavenly fire changed into various shapes. He was simply an ancestor of playing with fire. He could control it freely, and it depended on his heart. Countless refining materials rapidly melted under the burning of the flame. The red-haired old man's technique was like a music conductor, full of artistic beauty. After a while, a magic treasure was quickly formed. I see. Xia Ping came to a sudden realization. He somewhat understood the profoundness of this forging technique. By using the power of the unusual flame to smelt all kinds of refining materials, then using an exquisite technique to engrave a large formation on the magic treasure to bestow spirituality. The key to this forging art was the power of the distant fire. Without a heavenly fire like the distant fire, many refining materials could not be melted. To learn this forging art, one had to capture a heavenly fire and integrate it into one's body. This alone had blocked many people's paths. After all, it was extremely difficult to use a heavenly fire. If ordinary people came into contact with it, they would most likely be burned alive by the heavenly fire. However, this was extremely simple for Xia Ping. He had 5 heavenly fires, which completely met the cultivation requirements. Although they were not distant fires, they were still considered heavenly fires and had the same effect. However, apart from possessing a heavenly fire, it was not easy to learn the forging art. One had to learn various basic arrays. If one did not even understand the knowledge of array formations, it would be impossible to refine a magic weapon. This jade slip also contained a large amount of array formation knowledge. After a careful calculation, there were at least 108,000 basic array formations. Among them, there were array formations related to the 5 elements, star array formations, spatial array formations, bewildering array formations, illusion array formations, and so on. Each array formation was extremely complex and abstruse, equivalent to a profound math problem. Ordinary people would have a headache just by looking at a formation, as they would not be able to understand it at all. If he wanted to learn all of them, he would need at least 10,000 years, and he would also need to be talented. It was just like mathematics. If you didn't have the talent, you wouldn't be able to learn it even if you had 100 years. However, if he took out this kind of array formation knowledge and let those array formation grandmasters see it, they would definitely all go wild with joy. If they could obtain a treasure, this was a precious knowledge that couldn't be bought with money. There were some formations that even the Qiankuan sect didn't have. They were all created by ancestor Li Hua. No wonder it's so difficult to become a refiner. Even after advancing to the treasure refining realm, there aren't many who can become a refiner. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to refine a magic weapon. Xia Ping also sighed with emotion. If an ordinary person wanted to become a refiner, they first needed to have talent. Without talent, they couldn't even enter the door. However, having talent was only the beginning. After that, they needed to go through years of training. They needed to understand all kinds of array knowledge. In addition, they also needed to refine materials, know the ratio of various materials, and so on. Only after mastering this knowledge could they be considered to have graduated. The problem was that after mastering all of this knowledge, it would take many years. Therefore, the growth of every refiner master required years of accumulation and a large amount of resources. Without the support of super forces, wanting to become a refiner grandmaster was simply a dream. Fortunately, I have the system. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take to learn these array knowledge. Xia Ping touched his chin. He immediately asked the system how much hatred was needed to learn these array knowledge. Host, you need 2 billion hatred points. The system replied. What? Why is it so expensive? It's several times more expensive than learning a martial arts magical power? Xia Ping was surprised. The system replied, that's to be expected. Every single formation is extremely complicated. Even if it's a basic formation and there are a total of 108,000 basic formations, if one wants to learn all of them, even a monstrous genius would need 1,000 years. Xia Ping touched his chin and thought about it. If ordinary people wanted to learn these array knowledge, it would take too long. He could master it in an instant. 2 billion hatred points were nothing at all. Okay, exchange. Thinking of this, he immediately exchanged. Rumble, in an instant, a larger amount of information than the jade slip just now poured into Xia Ping's mind. This was simply enlightening, directly imprinting the answer in the depths of his soul. At this moment, his power of understanding had increased by countless times. He was like an array formation grandmaster, looking down from a strategically advantageous position and quickly comprehending the 108,000 basic array formation knowledge. And this infusion took 3 days and 3 nights. So that's how it is. After the infusion, Xia Ping's eyes showed a glimmer of light. There seemed to be a mysterious array spinning in the depths of his pupils, and his body exuded an inexplicable aura, slightly triggering the power of heaven and earth, causing the world to tremble. After being instilled by the system and learning 108,000 basic arrays, he suddenly had a thorough understanding of array knowledge and became a grandmaster of arrays. Of course, it was still impossible to become a grandmaster. After all, a grandmaster of arrays is not just learning basic arrays. People who reach this level can already modify arrays and even create arrays, reaching the power to change the world. It's like the difference between a doctor of mathematics and a mathematician. One has only learned mathematical knowledge, while the other can leave his name in history. But even so, Xia Ping was very familiar with all kinds of formations. He also knew the origin of the array. It was not created by humans, but a wave of power that existed in nature, a kind of field, a kind of natural power. And humans, or the powerful creatures of the universe, through the observation of nature, humans follow the laws of heaven and earth, the laws of heaven and earth, the laws of the earth, the laws of nature. It can be said that the array is the power from heaven and earth. Therefore, countless powerful creatures in the universe will comprehend the array of heaven and earth and turn it into their own use, or integrate it into their own body, or affect heaven and earth, exerting several times or even dozens of times their own power. Even powerful array grandmasters can use array knowledge to forcibly change the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 1348. Several days later. Xia Ping walked around the giant island, surveying the terrain. Xia Ping, what are you doing? Chu Rong asked curiously. She had just come out of seclusion and saw Xia Ping walking around the giant island, as if surveying the terrain. She followed him out of curiosity. Jiang Yar, Su Ji, and Chi Chi did the same. They were all very curious about what Xia Ping was doing. They had also been in seclusion for the past few days. Because of the many battles in the virtual world, they had benefited greatly. Their potential had been completely stimulated, and their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. They had reached the late Violet Palace realm in an instant. It seemed that before long, they would be able to step into the fulfillment realm. The reason why they had improved so quickly was related to the large amount of spiritual medicines they had consumed in the True Dragon Lair. Their bodies had accumulated a large amount of medicinal energy that they hadn't developed before. Now that they had been stimulated, they immediately advanced by leaps and bounds. Their cultivation also advanced by leaps and bounds. I'm setting up a formation to test out what I've learned. Xia Ping said. Test out a formation? Could it be that you've learned the distant fire forging art? Jiang Yar was a bit surprised. Of course she knew about the distant fire forging art. It had caused quite a stir in the virtual world, and countless people had wanted to fight over it. But she also knew that the more powerful a secret art was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. It had only been a few days, but he had actually learned it. This was a bit too fast. I finally found it. Xia Ping didn't reply. He just smiled. After observing the giant island for a while, he had finally found the 8 nodes of the island. They were the key to setting up the formation. With a flip of his hand, he immediately took out a piece of top-grade jade stone. Then he circulated his qi like a knife, engraving runes on the surface of the jade stone. The runes were densely packed, and the lines crisscrossed like a spider's web. What is this? Su Ji and the others looked over curiously, but as soon as they did, they immediately felt dizzy. Incomparably complex, majestic, and chaotic information flooded into their minds like a tide. They could sense that these runes seemed to contain a mysterious power. After being arranged by Xia Ping, they seemed to resonate with the natural qi. However, because the information was too complicated, they didn't dare to look at it again after just one glance. Xia Ping personally came to a qi meridian node, dug up the soil, and buried these jade stones. He circulated the boundless magic power in his body and began to guide the mysterious energy of this terrain. Immediately, these jade stones emitted a dazzling radiance with spirituality. They were like countless stars in the sky, flickering incessantly. Bursts of special energy waves came from the air, as if forming an energy tide. So comfortable! Su Ji and the others were surprised. They felt the tide of energy surging towards them, forming a strange vibration. It was as if the power of heaven and earth was massaging their bodies, combing their meridians. At the same time, they also discovered that the heaven and earth spiritual qi in this place had become much denser. Xia Ping, are you setting up a spirit gathering formation? Jiang Yaru seemed to have discovered something. That's right, it's a spirit gathering formation. Xia Ping nodded. He didn't stop and continued to move towards the next 7 qi vein nodes. He placed the pieces of jade in his hand into each of the nodes. These jade stones were all engraved with array formations and talismans. When the 8 nodes were all set up, the heaven and earth spiritual qi was immediately drawn. With the giant island as the center, the heaven and earth spiritual qi within a 5,000-kilometer radius of the sea, whether it was in the sky or in the depths of the sea, crazily rushed over. It was as if the giant island had turned into a whirlpool, or a giant beast, greedily swallowing the heaven and earth spiritual qi into the island. Immediately, the array was set up. Vaguely, the giant island seemed to be covered by a huge energy barrier, forming a unique space with the power of the array formation. In the sky above the giant island, because of the large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi gathered together, it actually transformed into a heaven and earth spiritual qi dragon, soaring in the sky. And this change was naturally sensed by the countless martial artists on the giant island. What's going on? Why did the heaven and earth spiritual chi suddenly go berserk? Some of the evolved Jing masters were very sensitive to the heaven and earth spiritual chi. My God, it's not a riot. It's just that the heaven and earth spiritual chi has increased, and it's increasing at a crazy rate. Some evolved Jing masters cried out in surprise. Damn it, why is it suddenly raining? Some people suddenly discovered that the originally clear and boundless sky was now covered in white clouds, and it was raining heavily. Bullshit. This isn't rain, it's spiritual liquid. Because the heaven and earth spiritual chi is too dense, it has even turned into spiritual liquid. My God, what happened to the giant island? How did it suddenly turn into a paradise? A human king was also alarmed. He couldn't help but curse. This scene was too shocking. Even as a human king, he had never seen such a scene of spiritual liquid raining. Quickly go and collect the spiritual liquid. This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. A meat pie has fallen from the sky. The heavens are not unkind to us. Quickly grab the spiritual liquid. The countless human martial artists on the giant island went crazy. Every household took out their pots and pans, frantically collecting the spiritual liquid. One had to know that every drop was worth as much as gold. No, the spiritual liquid was even more precious than gold. It was a true hard currency. Walala, as the spiritual liquid dripped onto every inch of the giant island, the plants on the island also started to grow crazily. The trees that were originally dozens of years old suddenly grew to be hundreds of years old, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. Some of the flowers that were still seeds started to grow rapidly, cutting down a lot of time. They immediately bloomed, filling the air with a dense fragrance. The weeds also grew crazily, reaching a height of several meters. It was enough to submerge a person's head. A large number of animals also absorbed the spiritual liquid and seemed to have a trace of spiritual intelligence. In the future, they might even evolve into demons. In just 2 hours, the giant island seemed to have turned into a wild world. Lush and verdant plants were everywhere. Even though it was a city that looked like a steel jungle, the plants were still growing tenaciously. Between the cracks of the floor, inside the potted plants, and even on the roof, a large number of plants were growing. How is this spirit-gathering formation so powerful? Su Ji and the others were dumbfounded. Originally, the giant island was just an ordinary island. Even if the heaven and earth spiritual chi was dense, it wasn't much more than other places. But now that Xia Ping had arranged this formation, it had suddenly turned into a paradise-level cultivation treasure land. Such a method was no different from changing the heavens and earth. Was this the power of a formation? Of course, it's not an ordinary spirit-gathering formation. It's an 8-level spirit-gathering formation. Among the many spirit-gathering formations, it's a top-notch formation. Xia Ping smiled faintly. Ancestor Li Hua was a saint-level weaponsmithing grandmaster. Even if he had only left behind some basic formations, it was still a top-notch basic formation. It wasn't something that those crudely made formations could compare to. Chapter 1349. After that, Xia Ping did not stop because he still had many formations that needed to be verified. As the saying went, true knowledge came from practice. Even if one knew the theory, it would only be an armchair strategist without actual practice. Only by actually setting up formations could one truly master them. However, Giant Island had already set up the 5-element spirit-gathering formation, so Xia Ping went to other islands to set up different formations. This matter was quickly made known to the upper echelons of the world government. They were ecstatic and immediately invited Xia Ping to go to the major human islands to set up formations. They were even willing to provide a large number of jade stones and manpower. After all, the changes on Giant Island were so shocking that even human monarchs were envious. Now, Giant Island had become the most important cultivation holy land for humans. The housing prices on Giant Island had also increased by several times. Many people from large families had moved here. After all, cultivating here was like traveling 1,000 miles in a day and getting twice the results with half the effort. Of course, Xia Ping did not refuse. With the help of the world government, he did not know how much time and effort could be saved. He was also happy to cooperate with the federal government and make the entire cloud realm his experimental base. As Xia Ping set up the spirit gathering formation, he also discovered that not every place was suitable for the octopole spirit gathering formation. Often, the spirit gathering formation needed to be adapted to the local conditions. The reason why Giant Island was suitable for the octopole spirit gathering formation was that there were 8 spirit veins nearby. Therefore, the formation could be set up to receive the 8 spirit veins. However, some places only had 1 spirit vein or 3 or 4 spirit veins, which required different spirit gathering formations. However, formation grandmasters were different from Xia Ping. They did not need to adapt to the local conditions at all. They could rely on their own strength to change the sky and earth and build any formation they wanted. Xia Ping had not reached this level yet, so he could only adapt to the local conditions. 1 month later, because Xia Ping was setting up formations everywhere, the entire cloud realm had undergone earth-shattering changes. On some islands, he had set up a fog formation that filled a radius of 100 miles. Even the magnetic field was disturbed. Spaceships that entered the formation would lose their way. This place was also labeled as a forbidden area by the sea demons who did not know about it and called it the Fog Island. Some of the islands had constructed a maze array. It was as if any living creature that entered this place would enter a maze. If there was no one in charge of the array to rescue them, they would be trapped in the maze for the rest of their lives. Sometimes he would head to a human city in the western region's desert and build a wild sand formation that could gather the power of the wild sand. It was a heaven and earth killing formation, and even kings would be killed if they entered. He also went deep into the savage forest and built a wood spirit formation in a human city. It could control the plants within a radius of several hundred miles and circulate the wood energy of heaven and earth. Even if it faced an army of thousands, it would be able to resist. The appearance of these arrays also shocked countless monsters and sea demons. It seemed that the defense level of the human cities had also increased by a level, becoming even more terrifying. If there were any reckless demons that dared to barge in, they would definitely die. I finally mastered it. At this moment, Xia Ping had returned to the villa on the giant island. When he opened his eyes, a mysterious glow could be seen. After a month of practice and with the help of the human government, he had constructed up to 1,000 arrays. Even though they were all basic arrays, Xia Ping had learned a lot from them and had truly grasped the mysteries of arrays. If he were to be described as a mere theoretical master in the past who knew the relevant knowledge, things were completely different now. As long as he willed it, he could set up all sorts of arrays and manipulate the power of heaven and earth. Furthermore, due to his improvement in the realm of arrays, the powers in his body had also grown by leaps and bounds as well. His control over his powers had become smoother as well, reaching the state of perfection. Seems like the next step will be to forge a life treasure. The reason why Xia Ping wanted to familiarize himself with all sorts of arrays was because he wanted to forge a life treasure that belonged to him. All the truly top-notch powerful beings would have their own life treasure. A life treasure like this would be compatible with one's soul, and would usually be able to unleash power that was several times stronger than normal life treasures. This was something akin to a trump card. Furthermore, life treasures had the ability to grow, and could evolve along with one's evolution. Take the Pearl of Mountain and River for example. It was once the life treasure of the Mountain River Saint. It was extremely powerful and had brought him countless benefits. However, I don't seem to have enough materials on me. Xia Ping touched his chin. It was not that he didn't have enough materials. He had plundered the wealth of so many people, and the Pearl of Mountain and River had already stored a lot of rare ores and various materials. However, these materials were still not strong enough for him to forge a powerful enough life treasure. He still needed the core of a life treasure, and this core had to be rare in the universe and had the ability to grow. Unfortunately, he didn't have such a thing on him. Seems like I still have to go to the universe and search for some precious ores or special materials. Xia Ping thought about it and felt that he probably wouldn't be able to find materials suitable for forging a life treasure in the cloud realm, so he had to go to the universe. Beep beep, at this moment, his communicator rang. Is it Feng Hatong? Xia Ping glanced at it casually and realized that it was actually his loyal little brother, Feng Hatong. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Feng Hatong for a long time. With a snap, he connected the communicator, and Feng Hatong's chubby figure immediately appeared in front of him. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He realized that Feng Hatong had also improved at a godly speed. With the 5-element spirit fruit that Xia Ping had bestowed, Feng Hatong advanced triumphantly and spent a year to advance to the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. He was already considered a ruler of the human race. Boss, please allow me to follow you to the universe. Feng Hatong went straight to the point and directly stated the purpose of his call. He looked at Xia Ping with a fanatical expression. Go to the universe? Are you willing to leave the cloud realm? Xia Ping asked. He knew that with Feng Hatong's current strength and the forces that he controlled, he could definitely make a name for himself in the cloud realm. But if he were to go to the universe, he would have to completely abandon all these riches and gamble with his life. After all, his strength was just like an ant in the universe. Of course, I have already decided. If I continue to stay in the cloud realm, I will just be a salted fish. I will still have meat to eat if I follow boss. Feng Hatong had already thought it through. Only by hugging onto Xia Ping's thigh would he have the hope of advancing to the next level. Moreover, the cloud realm was no longer the same as before. It had begun to make contact with the universe. In time, the divine ability realm cultivators would just be ordinary martial artists. If he continued to stay in the cloud realm, he would definitely be abandoned by the era. It would be impossible for him to enjoy a comfortable life even if he wanted to. This world wasn't a place where one could live a comfortable life just because they wanted to. Alright, then pack your luggage. We will depart in 3 days. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.